that there is an effort to ensure that the internet environment is properly governed and that we have security. Security is a very important thing. We are seeing aspects of AI. How can we ensure that we have the enabling environment and governance framework to ensure that all of this flourishes? We shall be looking at aspects of infrastructure. The cost of internet is very critical for us. We want to ensure that everybody, even the person down somewhere in Nakapirit, has access to affordable, steady, reliable internet, as aspects of, including aspects of coverage. That time we're having a discussion that there are some very few isolated parts of the country where we don't have 3G or broadband access. And government is now making a directive that to the telcos that every single village in the country must have broadband access. So those days of saying that there are some few places, maybe towards the border posts, which are not viable economically to have broadband, we said out no. Every part of the country, every village must have broadband internet access. So in terms of infrastructure, we're trying to work hard on that. In terms of fiber, and also exploring other additional access opportunities, including of recent we heard that we are now coming in with Starlink, which is being tested in parts of Makshon in partnership with Airtel. So we are looking at aspects of infrastructure, full accessibility to the whole of the country. Every individual should have access to affordable internet. One of the things that we're now looking at very importantly is security. I think we have heard of recent, how many of us have heard that of associated risks with AI? Errant AI models are able to now hack systems. So that one means that we need to strengthen the governing environment for internet. Are we secure? Are we able to detect bad actors? And our systems able to be resilient in light of these new emerging aspects? Something else also that we are looking at is digital skilling. Of recent, we are looking about digital skilling that want to introduce services. Let's say the education management system. We want all teachers to be able to administer the education, whether registration of students, tracking of results, but is our population digitally skilled to make use of these facilities? And now, the good thing is that we have a fast learning population. The good thing is that we have youth. We have very energetic, vibrant youth, but we need to ensure that we empower them with the right digital skills so that they are able to embrace and use these new digital technologies that are emerging. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also currently working on a new legislation called the Information and Communications Bill. It is being sent to Parliament. This will also help to improve the regulation of the digital space in Uganda. And I'm looking forward to it being passed. It's going to do a lot to improve how we regulate our digital environment in Uganda. Lastly, as I end, I'm again going to request that in this meeting we emphasize that we should be ready for the fourth industrial revolution. We're also looking at a strategy which is coming up, and one of my colleagues I think will discuss that one later on, that we should ensure that we are ready to embrace AI and emerging technologies, whether it is in agro-extension services, whether it is in manufacturing, robotics, Internet of Things. We are developing a strategy as the Ministry of ICT to ensure that the country is ready. We're not going to miss out like the information age where we jumped onto the ship late. This time we are going to be ready and jump in when the ship is moving at the right time, so that our youth, our population can reap the full benefits of these new emerging technologies. On that, I want to thank again the organizers for this great organization and wish us all good deliberations. And as and when our Honorable Minister comes in, she'll give us additional remarks and give us further guidance on how we regulate and improve the internet and digital environment in this country. For God and my country, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick, for those updates. You know, normally when we come here, it's important to hear what each stakeholder has been doing. Otherwise, sometimes you're cocooned in your institution, you think you're the only one doing something. But when he comes here and tells you about a bill, I'm sure many of you didn't know that there's a bill coming up. And I don't know, I've also not yet looked at that template of the bill. It would be nice, I think, for each one to have their say. As we prepare for, I don't know if she's now ready. We had Miss Anja online. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me in the room?
So I'll hand you back to her. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I will assume that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And a very good morning to everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address the Uganda Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the Uganda IGF Multi-Stakeholder Organizing Committee and its Secretariat, of course, for bringing all stakeholders as equals, from governments to private sector, technical community, civil society, academia, and of course, young people, to discuss how Uganda can shape an inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable digital future. On this note, I would particularly like to congratulate you on the successful Youth Uganda IGF. It is a strong testament to Uganda's commitment to fostering the next generation of internet governance leaders and an important foundation for the long-term sustainability of the Uganda IGF. Your team this year, Shaping Uganda's Digital Future, Building an Inclusive, Trustworthy and Sustainable Internet, is both timely and critical. Around the world, digital technologies are evolving at an unprecedented pace. Artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, expanding connectivity, and emerging online risks are transforming how societies communicate, innovate, and develop. Of course, these changes create tremendous opportunities, but they also reinforce the importance of ensuring that the internet remains open, secure, interoperable, and accessible to everyone. The IGF was created exactly for this purpose, to provide an open and inclusive space where all stakeholders can come together as equals to exchange experiences, identify challenges, and build shared understanding of the digital issues that affect us all. This year marks an important milestone for the global internet governance community. Through the recently adopted WSIS Plus 20 resolution, United Nations member states reaffirmed the value of the Internet Governance Forum and recognized its role as a unique multi-stakeholder platform for digital policy dialogue, making it a permanent UN forum. The resolution reinforces the importance of inclusive participation, strengthened cooperation, and support for the IGF and, of course, its international work at a time when global digital governance has never been more important. These global discussions are only meaningful when they are informed by national realities. This is why national, regional, and youth IGF initiatives such as the Uganda IGF are essential. They ensure that local priorities, experiences, and innovations contribute directly to global policy conversations while bringing global developments back to national communities in a practical and inclusive way. Looking ahead, the African Internet Governance Forum will convene in Accra, Ghana, bringing together stakeholders from across the continent to discuss Africa's shared digital priorities and strengthen regional cooperation. We would like to encourage Uganda's multi-stakeholder community to actively engage in these discussions and help shape Africa's contribution to global internet governance. This goes further, of course, as the spotlight of the global internet governance community is really on the African region. In that context, preparations are also well underway for the 21st Annual Internet Governance Forum, which will take place in Nairobi, Kenya, from 14th to 18th of December, under the overarching theme, Governing the Internet in the Age of Intelligence, Our Shared Responsibility. This will be the first meeting following the Versus Post 20 resolution and the decision that I mentioned of the member states to make the IGF a permanent UN forum with strong recognition of the importance and our dependency of the national and regional IGFs. The meeting will explore how rapid technological change, including AI, for example, is reshaping the internet and what this means for its governance, development, and future. We also would like to encourage all stakeholders from Uganda to join the preparations for this year's IGF. The call for session proposals remains open until the end of this month, which provides a practical opportunity to bring Uganda's experiences, expertise, and priorities to the global stage. We look forward to receiving proposals from your community, of course, building on the complex, inclusive, multi-stakeholder discussions at the Uganda IGF, and to, of course, see you all in person in Nairobi later this year. Building an inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable internet is a shared responsibility, indeed, as your team recognizes, and by strengthening multi-stakeholder cooperation at the national, regional, and with that at the global levels, we can help ensure that the internet continues to serve people, promote innovation, and contribute to sustainable development for everyone. With that, thank you very much once again for this invitation, for hosting us on this important day, and I wish us all productive and successful Uganda IGF discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anja, for those wise words. Anja is from the UN, those who may not have noticed. Now, how does this work? What we are having here is a national IGF, Uganda. But please know that even other countries are holding IGFs as well. So all these IGF we are building today is going to feed into the regional IGF, that is the East Africa. So we'll be having the East African IGF as well. Then that will build into the Africa IGF, and finally to the global IGF. The Africa IGF is going to be taking place in Ghana, but unlike what has been happening before, this time the global IGF is happening in Nairobi this December. I believe it is 14th to 18th. I'm very sure most of you have been to Nairobi. Please try to find a way to be a part of that IGF. We have one day also to submit for session proposals, the ones they used to create all these sessions in this almost 5-day IGF. So please, as we sit here, cook your ideas, go and have your sessions run, showcase what you're doing, and network and find partnerships to continue to build on what you're doing. In her talk, she talked about inclusivity. That is normally the most important thing. We try to include each and everyone. So these IGFs are not limited to government or only to CSOs. It is for each and everyone. You can even go there as you, the individual. All right. We can now move to the next part of our. Yeah. So our program is going to change just a little bit. I suggest we do our tea, especially for those who really came early, but just 20 minutes and get this out of the way. Huh? Yeah, you can even actually come with your tea as we set out for the next panel, which is, I believe, the high level panel. So please, guys, let's break for tea. Okay, so it's down. Oh, okay. So the tea is right behind you. Just go through that door at the back. Yeah, then you come back with your tea, and then we can keep moving forward so that we save time. Eh? Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in with your tea and we proceed as we prepare for the high-level session. This is a key session I wouldn't want anybody to miss. Please come in with your tea. Those who are done, you can get your tables cleared. The monitor for the high-level panel, please. Might want to start taking your seat, I don't know. Please come in with your tea. The guys inside, sorry, the guys outside, please come in with your tea. Fred, could you help me get guys to come back in? Jesse, please, and the team there, please come back in. As people come back in, I don't know if any of you has ever thought about going to a digital clinic. The same way you get sick and end up in a clinic, there are also digital clinics. When you have some free time today, when maybe the session's you're not understanding, at the back where we're picking our tea, there is an initiative there from Defenders Protection Initiative. They are running a digital clinic just at the back there, where they are able to diagnose you, give you all the support and the knowledge and genuine software. Because I've seen many guys running on please activate kind of software. So at the back there, we have the Defenders Protection Initiative. Please take some time also to check on them. They have a digital clinic behind there. And we thank them for also being a part of the IGF. Remember that IGF is about protecting ourselves. So they came up with that wonderful idea of a clinic. There are those internet. Renu has provided internet. You check on your Wi-Fi, you should see something like UIGF 2026. You can use that Wi-Fi, and the password is in capital letters, UIGF at 2026. Just that simple. I think everyone is now in. Guys, please get in. Meanwhile, I want to prepare and hand over to the moderator. I don't know if your panel is all here. The moderator for our high-level panel will be Juliet Namfuka. Juliet, please, I want to hand over to you. You invite your panel. The mic there.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. After all the food and snacks we have had, I need a bit more energy in that good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's a bit more better. That's the energy that we need at the Uganda IGF, especially as Uganda IGF is one of the key performers in this IGF ecosystem in Africa. So this is a fantastic place to be. It's the right place to be this morning, and hence the need for the necessary energy to be brought in tandem with that. So this morning, we're going to be kicking off the discussions with a high-level discussion on the theme of Uganda IGF 2026 edition. And the theme is Shaping Uganda's Digital Future, Building an Inclusive, Trustworthy, and Sustainable Internet. Can we say that together? Shaping Uganda's digital future, building an inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable internet. A round of applause for ourselves. Okay, so we only have but an hour for this discussion, which is essentially going to set the stage of the various discussions that are going to take place this morning. Okay? And so in that 1 hour, our panelists are going to do their best to deliver as much information in that time frame, but keep your questions for after or perhaps for later in the day. And first up on the panel, we have Dr. Ernest Tumwebaze, who is the Executive Director of Sunbird AI. Doctor, please come on stage. Let's clap like we've eaten some food. Good, 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 good. Okay. Also, who has just walked in the room, we are going to drag him straight on stage, is Dr. Ambrose Ryoka, who is the Acting Commissioner, IT, Head of Department, and Head of Department of Research and Development. Kindly join us on stage. A round of applause for Dr. Ryoka. Okay. Then we also have Rita Ngenzi, who is the Executive Director of the Innovation Village Hub. Welcome to stage. Thank you. We also have Jerome Okot, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Milima Security. Round of applause. And then representing the Parliament of Uganda is Honorable Id Basajja, who is the Vice Chairperson, ICT Committee within the Parliament of Uganda. Kindly come on stage. See, that table has particularly big energy, so well done on that. Thank you. Okay. So once again, as we prepare for the proceedings of the day, kindly keep in mind. You're on stage. Yes. Please bear in mind that this panel is simply setting the stage for the discussion that will once again be taking place over the course of the day. So use this opportunity as one for teasing the thoughts that we need to be thinking about at this pivotal time as the IGF takes place in Africa in the coming months. So we are really excited to be having this opportunity to have this fantastic assortment of minds. Let's have a round of applause for them once again. When I'm on stage, you clap your hands because I need to know that you're all engaged and tuned in. So once again, thank you for joining us on stage. Thank you. So we are going to kick off with Dr. Ryoka. And to you, the question setting the stage is one that focuses on Uganda's achievements in recent years, which have been very remarkable. And to that effect, this year's theme focuses on building an inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable internet, as the room announced earlier. But what exactly does this vision for a sustainable digital future look like in Uganda's context? Dr. Ryoka, over to you.
Thank you very much. My apologies, I didn't get your name as I walked in when you were already on the stage. Okay, thanks, Juliet. The conveners of this forum and fellow panelists, I must say that when I'm here, I am back home because I was once an elected vice president of ISOC and I served for 2 terms. That's about 15 years ago, before I got the gray hair. And I also participated in one of the early phases of the Internet Governance Forum. Added my voice on the global forum, used to move with Lillian in those initial phases where people are trying to discuss how Internet should be governed. And glad to note that just last year, the UN concretized the UIGF platform, which gives us more grounding. Now, the question that you've asked me, I don't have a straightforward answer, but what are the achievements? One thing that I would mention is that around this time, 20 years ago, we were preparing to host the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. Who was here around that time? Chogam. there was a Chogam was like it scared many people, but other so yeah, we hosted it in 2007, but around this time, that's when we were starting the preparations. And so the Secretary General then, Don Macnon, came for a pre-visit. So when he landed at Entebbe Airport, what we saw in the papers the following day was that Uganda cannot host Chogam because he couldn't use his BlackBerry device. So that was the reason why we are not going to hold Chogam, because he came with a BlackBerry device, and when he got to Entebbe, he couldn't access his emails on his BlackBerry device. So he said, Uganda is not ready. So technologically, we are not ready, which means everything else wasn't going to be ready for us to host that big event. So we had to start now the engagement. What you should also note is that 1 Mbps, yeah, I think, yeah, was costing $5,000. What does it cost now? Those who are in the telecom sector. 75 what? That should even be on the higher side. I think it has come down. So it was costing $5,000. So he's telling me it is 75, but I don't think that is, it should be much, a little bit much lower. 35, yeah. So you can see where we have come from. I'm not talking about the kilometers of fiber infrastructure and things like that, but I'm talking in terms of where we have come from, in terms of the value saved or something like that. Now today, we have over 60 million devices that are connected, according to the recent report by UCC. But now, when we talk about inclusivity, yes, we don't want to count the SIM cards now that are connected, but we want to count how many of those can meaningfully go and open a government portal using their device. And it turns out that now we have about 20, or slightly over 20 million smartphone devices. But before, 20 years ago, even the one of the Secretary General, there was zero. There was zero device, handheld device that you could use and get online. Because the only service that was available now was via BlackBerry, which we didn't have here, so it was zero. So from 0 to 20 million, that's where we've come from in as how many people can sit where they are, they get their handheld device, and they log on to the government portal, or they apply for a job online, or they study and complete a course through the handheld device. So, we are not counting gains now in terms of infrastructure that has been put in place. That has been the song over the past many years, counting the kilometers of fiber, counting the number of devices connected. But we want to look at how many of those can meaningfully get online and be able to complete a transaction. And that's where we want to move to. So when we see every Ugandan being able to sit in comfort of their home, or at the edge of their garden, or in the middle of their fish pond, like mine, and then you are able to access a service, that's where we think inclusivity issues come in, and sustainability. So sustainability now, can we afford to pay for this? How many of us can afford to pay for the services? The Minister of Energy, Dr. Musenero, when she was at STI, she gave an analogy that I always use. I used it once, and she said, a sack of maize, that's 1,000 kilograms, one ton of maize, it costs $70 at the farm gate. That's about, $70. No, $20 at the farm gate. Costs 70,000 Uganda shillings, which is about $20. But that's the amount of money that you need to pay for a subscription of Claude or of ChatGPT. So if a farmer is going to subscribe to ChatGPT or to Claude, it means she or he will have to sell one ton of maize. Every ton of maize that you harvest is what? Is a subscription of ChatGPT. So when we talk about sustainability is, yes, how many of us are able to financially sustain the subscription of these services we access online. So the reason, and glad I'm seeing Dr. Ernest on the side there, I won't talk about that. So how can we have our own local solutions that we are able to access online? So I don't know how much time you had given me, but with those few, I think it sets the pace. So we are not counting the SIM cards, we are not counting what, but we are saying how many people can comfortably be able to get online, complete the transaction, and afford to pay for that data and the application they are subscribing to. That's what government now wants to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for highlighting the developments that have happened in the last 20 years from Chogam to date. Some members in the room might have no idea what a BlackBerry is, because it is way before their time. For those of us who are part of that generation, it is a phone that, what was its claim to fame? It was just nice. It was a statement. The rest of us had very simple Nokias, the ones which are brick. You could throw them and they'd bounce right back. They never broke. That's where we were. But yeah, so thank you for giving that highlight. And indeed, a lot has happened in the development of the sector in Uganda, which is why spaces like these are important to have these discussions on the governance of this ecosystem that is in a constant state of growth and evolution. And now, closely related to what you have been speaking about, Doctor, we are going to look at the shift of services into this digital ecosystem. And to that, we'll be asking Jerome, yes, specifically, as more services have moved online, trust has essentially become paramount. We are aware of all the cases of fraud online, the scammers, the Baferi, managed to get us to part with our money in one way or another. But despite this, as we push to a more cashless society in Uganda, what are the most significant invisible threats that affect digital trust for the average consumer? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for the question. It excites me to speak to this because this is our daily bread of security. I need to do a vulnerability assessment on these microphones. All right, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Jerome Okot. I work with Milima Security, a leading cybersecurity company in Uganda. If you don't know about Milima Security, shame on me. But thanks to the awesome and mighty shoulders that I stand on to look good, I'm humbled to be on this panel with Dr. Ernest from back in MOOC. I always adored him. And no wonder I'm here. I hope that what I'm going to say will be representative of CIT. Great. Back to our question. Cyber threats. Listening to the story of the evolution of the internet, what keeps running in my mind is a common statement we keep saying at Milima when we speak about cybersecurity. There's what we call an ever-evolving cyber threat landscape. Now, this landscape is ever-evolving because you can never say you've arrived, okay? With every other innovation comes an expansion in the cyber threat landscape. And to discuss the invisible threats is something that's really exciting. So, you might hear some things, and if you get shocked, please bear with me. And we usually say there is two kinds of people. There's those people who have been hacked, and then there is those who have been hacked and they don't know it yet, okay? So when you listen to some of these threats, indeed they're invisible as it gets, so you need to check yourself and wonder, are you a victim? Number one, AI deepfakes and synthetic fraud. Now, AI has revolutionized how the attack surface is looking like right now. AI is there for both defense, but it's also being used terrifically for offensive security. Now, offensive in the sense of red teaming for good purposes of figuring out what weaknesses are in systems, but also for the black hat hackers. So there's what we call prompt stealing and prompt flaxing. People are manipulating those prompts that you're using as you're doing your chat GPT, yeah? As you're doing your work around, cloud, Perplexity, Boodlebox, whatever. So Some of those prompts are being stolen. Also, the information that you're religiously submitting in the hope that you're getting a solution is being used one way or another against you. So watch out. We also have, we also have SIM swaps and number porting attacks. So have you ever found yourself in a situation where a SIM card seems to exist in two instances? It's going on, right? Someone calls you and says, but you called me the other day and you told me this. And you're like, hey, how? So nowadays, if you want to, let's say, reset your password, what do you need? Your primary phone number, right? I would be a millionaire right now. I lost my blockchain wallet. I had some little Bitcoin in 2017. But when they said we go and re-register those numbers, I didn't have an idea at the time. So I lost the number, which means my blockchain account also did what? Vanished. Good thing about blockchain is the money is gone, it's not stolen, but you don't have it, and neither is it sent back to whoever created it. So it's hanging somewhere. So people will use your number to take your identity. So that's one very common, maybe not so silent, but threat that's out there. One of my favorite is social engineering. Social engineering is simply where someone manipulates the people around using information that's available. Social engineering accounts for up to 85% of the success of a cyber attack. Social engineering is simply a situation where somebody meets you and they say, hey, you and I attended the IGF, right, last week, and this is a link to the photos that you might want to use for your socials. Then you will click the link, kaboom, trouble. So social engineering is a very common thing, but it comes in many ways. There's phishing, there's watering hole attacks, there's whaling, there is tailgating. Some of them are not really digital, but they lead to digital attacks or cyber threats. Third-party and supply chain compromises. Now, you might be in a situation where, at the Holy Grail, let's say here they know there is a bunch of experts and people who know what needs to be done, but then they will compromise the supply chain. The chain, okay, the different stages through which, let's say a commodity or a service gets from production to delivery, figuratively speaking. So something like that can be compromised anywhere in between. Do you guys remember the story of the walkie-talkies? How they were sort of compromised on some vessel? I got in trouble the last time I mentioned some countries' names. So if you remember that story, that's a classic example of a supply chain attack. So that could be happening anywhere. You're transiting your goods from Mombasa all the way to Uganda. You've got a grant, you've received computers. Little do you know that they've been bugged. They could have been bugged midway, yeah? So that's just a simple example of supply chain compromise. One of the most fun, which it goes both ways again, like AI, the dark web. We use a lot of data from the dark web to, to generate what we call threat intelligence. But now a lot of this dark web data is being aggregated to get personal data to enable what we call ATOs, account takeovers. We had people cry, my Instagram was taken over, I no longer have access to my WhatsApp. It's being done because the dark web data is being aggregated to enable this takeover. So this is going on, and we're trying to fix it, but the problem is the people we're trying to help are very gullible. Yeah, we get very excited at new technologies, new opportunities, and then it becomes so hard to protect you. Yeah, so regardless, the threat exists, and we need to be on the lookout. One very, very interesting one, although now I see government and different stakeholders, I'm glad to see my senior here, Johnson from NITA. The government is taking some steps to assist here, but there is low recovery rates and unresolved cybercrime cases. There is many people who are suffering out there. They try to get over what happened, but it's either costly or they don't know how to start the process, and then it becomes a problem. So in the end, people get so fatigued, they get tired, and then they're like, you know what, this is only 2 million shillings that I've lost, and then they give it up. So these are just a few that I would share. But I could go all along, all day to discuss this.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Am I audible? Okay, thank you very much. This is the voice of somebody who is the mic wants to join the party. The mic wants to join the meeting. Unfortunately, didn't receive official invitation. But Jerome, thank you for that. That's a person very passionate about this ecosystem around cybersecurity. And it is indeed a very fascinating area, something that we need to be very aware of, as cybersecurity is something that affects us all. During the break, I noticed some of us left our devices sitting around. These basic opportunities are loopholes for your device disappearing, for starters, but also for the tampering with the information there. So thank you for that once again, Jerome. I'm going to do the dishonorable thing of jumping the honorable as there's a question that relates quite well to what Jerome has been talking to. And that is at the issue of this growing ecosystem of hubs and innovators that have emerged doing a lot of work related to technology, but sometimes with gaps in their understanding of the necessarily defenses to ensure the protections. But more specifically, Rita, there is a missing significant middle when it comes to the funding ecosystem. That could be seed funding, the funding necessary for innovators to advance their products and perhaps to invest more in the cybersecurity needs. So hubs are good at ideation, such as the hub that you are running. But there is a struggle with scaling. We have fantastic ideas in Uganda, but limited opportunity to grow those ideas into something that goes beyond the borders of Kampala sometimes. So how are you preparing Ugandan funders for funding and the future beyond funding? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juliet. Good morning, my name is Rita. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think the first issue is the understanding that the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem is primarily only for ideation. So that begins one of the first challenges. Secondly, we've done a really fantastic job at government level in understanding the sort of support that's needed at subsistence level. We have a number of wealth funds meant to support efforts at that level. We also have done a really great job of supporting at large size level. So you'll hear about the large industrial parks, investment into that, into investment into more of the large ticket infrastructure and so forth. Now, there's a missing middle that is critical, and you will find that it is the solution to making that leap that we're now talking about. I know NPA is represented here, and we're talking about what it means to make that tenfold growth leap. So when I speak about that missing middle, it means how do I transition someone from subsistence who's not yet at really what we can call a large ticket size, but ensure that what they need to get there is supported. Now that's the missing, because we're talking about ideation, we're talking about potentially scale, but there's a whole demographic that is left out. And in that case, that is where young people are participating at most. And that is the young people who are ideally going to transition the economy into where it needs to go. So when we think about that, we need to begin to solve for that. In our sense as Innovation Village, what we see as innovation and entrepreneurship as a catalyzer is not going to work on its own because it becomes an isolated ecosystem. But when you begin to understand who must take part in this ecosystem for this to work, when we talk about shared production infrastructure, whether physical or digital infrastructure, how do we transition as many people as possible to begin to understand how do they build for scale? Because if we're just building for necessity, there's no way we're going to be able to compete, nor will we be able to attract the sort of funding that ensures that they're able to globally compete as well. So it's about thinking around the solutions of, at government level, how are you uptaking some of the solutions that are being built by the startups, by the MSMEs, and again, the misunderstanding of what the difference is between an MSME and a startup. A startup is built for scale. It is leveraging technology, it is meant to be built for scale, and it is meant to be absorbed, and at the end of the day, there is an exit that happens. But the sort of economic support that it brings to its national output is immense if we're able to understand what it is. So for the ecosystem, it is not a charitable ecosystem. It is an ecosystem that builds alongside all the other players. A startup will see a gap, they will build for it. The solution must be absorbed. The investment will follow when there's a ripe enabling ecosystem that gives an investor the confidence to be able to invest in it. And then you begin to see from substance into the middle economy and then right through to scale. But the moment we continue to forget that missing demographic, then that ambitious goal is very hard to achieve without it, because it's set, the strategies are set, the goals are set, but execution will happen by private sector, who represent about 90% of our country. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So quite, again, another fascinating area of Uganda's digital ecosystem. And a lot is going on from the sounds of it, right? Yeah. Despite everything that's going on, it is a very energetic arena. Not only for Uganda, but for the rest of the continent. So it's good to see Uganda being in that space. And that leads me back to Honorable Basajja, who is going to expand on what you've been talking about through the lens of policy, because this is still, a lot of this discussion still comes back to the role of policy in creating an enabling environment. And considering the rapid digital innovation that's defining a lot of Uganda's current society, to remain effective, we need the necessary policy and legislation. So how do you envision Uganda's parliamentary role in building this future going forward?
Thank you. All protocol observed. I'm going to discuss the role of Parliament, the policies in regard to the shaping Uganda's digital future. Of course, when we talk about the role of Parliament, we talk about, we envisage the 2040 vision of a tenfold program of turning our economy, diversifying our economy 10 times. So in that perspective, it's also paramount that we consider the future of our digital future to diversify it 10 times as well. In this perspective, we talk about the expansion of our broadband to different areas without segregating, and because it's been a common issue that the areas consider areas that are densely populated, like Kampala and Wakisa and the like. But when we look at the 2040 policy of diversifying, we just have to extend all these services everywhere, every Ugandan. Whether they use the internet, whether they don't, we have to extend these services to all the Ugandans. Then we also look at the Digital Vision Uganda. We talk about the 4th National Development Plan, the Digital Transformation Roadmap. All those are policies that are aimed at diversifying, transforming our digital network. Then, of course, government has been working with NITAU to expand the internet services so that all the Ugandans can get all these services as easy as possible, as cheap as possible. So where they have not reached, I think they are working on the same so that all Ugandans can access all those services. Then these policies, of course, they try to emphasize the e-commerce bit, innovation, business processing, business sourcing. We have a lot of youth here, and they try to, most of them, they try to use the internet. So if it's accessible all over, I think the next time we are having this conference, we'll have more youth here. And I credit goes to the organizers of this conference because it attracts more youth. So I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll have conferences of this nature at the regional level. Because some people like in Kamwenje, Kabong, they cannot access these services. They cannot come here for the conference. But I think they would also prefer to attend such so that they can have some knowledge and know what is taking place. Then, of course, trust is also fundamental. It is important to have trust when we are building these IT systems because it protects the data, and I think it's important to have that confidentiality clause so that when we are managing these systems, you don't again now when you leave your workplace and you start discussing the same in the community, because there it will create a conflict of interest, and it in that due process, that's why we get those issues of hackers, this one has stolen this. So it's always important for us, even mostly the youth, because this is your generation, you'll be working with government, with these entities to do most of this work. So trust is fundamental when you're executing your duties in these enterprises. Then when we go to the role of Parliament, of course, Article 7 of the Constitution gives Parliament the mandate to enact laws in regard any law. So in this perspective, what we are discussing here, it's the obligation of Parliament to enact laws to protect you, to protect all the Ugandans in line with our digital transformation or our digital future. For example, for instance, we have AI now. So we intend to draft something to do with AI. During the State of the Nation address, the President talked about the communication and the bill the bill that is coming up to do with the information and communication, the 2023 bill. So all that is to protect us, to guide us on how to manage all these things, to manage the digital future of our country, to penalize who misuse, and to protect those ones who are already using it. So still, we also talk about we have the role of representation. We represent all Ugandans, and as the ICT committee, we also represent you. We draft your laws, we do your work as far as the digital future is concerned. So we are serving you. And in case you feel like you're not satisfied or there's something lacking, you can reach out to us and we clean up. We clean up and we emphasize that your rights are protected, and what you're doing it in tandem with the law. Still, as Parliament, we do the oversight role. The oversight role, I mean, we oversee the ministry and the government entities like UCC, NITA-U, UBC, all the government entities, and of course the other players in the sector, like in academia, the private sector, the innovators. We intend to encourage also as well to encourage other people to come through, to come up and do something as far as the ICT department is concerned, so that we are not left behind. Because apparently at the moment, much as we are overseeing, much as we are doing all this work, I feel like we are left behind a bit in the region. When you look at Rwanda, when you look at Ghana, when you look at Kenya, we're a bit behind. Of course, we intend to visit all those jurisdictions for benchmarking. But the reason why we go to benchmark in Kenya or Rwanda is because they are slightly ahead of us. For example, like in AI, in things to do with the Bitcoin, things to do, my colleague was talking about how he lost money. All that is not regulated. So there is no way, because if I am very certain if we had some laws in place, would have protected you. But we are still developing, and I think very soon we'll get there. So maybe I cannot guarantee you, but of course, in the future, people in the same caliber like you, they will be protected, they will not lose their money. So such issues, they keep revolving. IT is very fast, it keeps growing, so we need to be very fast. The youth, you need to participate, and most of these things that come up, you let us know so that we can protect you, and we oversee. As we are implementing our oversight role, we protect you as well. Then lastly, I think it's appropriation of funds. This one is to do with, because you're all taxpayers here, and you pay money to be given these services. So I've been talking about the connection, the internet connection, extension. So all Ugandans are entitled to that connection, and money is always allocated for that service. So it's our obligation to make sure that all those resources that are allocated, they are used efficiently. We fight those corruption habits in those government departments so that you can get the service you deserve. In conclusion, because I don't want to talk a lot, because when I talk a lot, you'll get bored. And the conference is full of the youth. So me, what I've learned about the youth, you have to emphasize and be as brief as you can so that they can take the message to third parties that have not participated in the conference. So in a nutshell, Parliament, we do the oversight role, we do the legislation, we do the regulation, and we emphasize the policies that have been put in place, that they are done. The fourth National Development Plan, the Digital Uganda Vision, the Uganda Vision 2040, the Digital Transformation Roadmap, they are all followed. So I think that's enough for today. I don't want to, as given limited time, I didn't go deep on my explanation. I had to be as brief as I can so that you can take on all my points. But what I can assure you, we are having AFCON very soon, and it's paramount that NITA should connect internet so that Ugandans can know what's taking place. Even if people have not come for these matches, they can see the training grounds, they have access to the internet. So very soon we shall invite NITA to our Committee of Parliament to explain to us how far they have gone with expanding the broadband, the internet coverage, the transformers they are using, the standards, the quality of the internet. Is it good enough for the Ugandans? Are they being served, or they are just playing around? Is internet enough? Is it strong enough? Is it fast? Is it accessible? Is it expensive? Is it cheap? Is it affordable for all the Ugandans? So very soon we'll invite all those people from NITA UCC and the like to give us a substantial explanation on that, so that our innovators, the young people, the media people who use the internet, they can benefit, they can earn a living, because it's a mechanism of also earning a living. It's a business on its own. So if we make it cheap, if we make it accessible for all Ugandans, the better for our country and the better for East Africa. With that, I thank you. I thank you so much for God and my country.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable. Lots of very rich information you have shared. And one thing has stood out for me, and that is the point that you made that goes, as the ICT committee, we are here to serve you. Can we get that said by everybody? As the ICT committee, we are here to serve you. I believe I heard nothing. As the ICT committee, we are here to serve you. Let's say it. As the ICT committee, we are here to serve you. They're in the room. It's amazing. We'll go to clubs and we'll follow the instructions from the DJ. We'll go to churches and everything and follow instructions from above. Come to the meeting and we suddenly keep quiet. No. As the ICT committee, remember? We are. Keyword, so thank you for that. You raised issues around artificial intelligence, and that intelligence rather, and that is a very strong theme that many people are currently interested in, and it is an undercurrent in everything that has been spoken about. And to that effect, we are going to now talk to Dr. Ernest Mwebaze from Sunbird AI and ask him a question around AI exactly, especially as it's transforming globally, not only in Uganda, but of course globally. So how should Uganda approach AI governance to encourage innovation while ensuring responsible and ethical development? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I think maybe I shouldn't be invited again. I mean, if if we have my students on the same panel with me, then clearly I'm out-fashioned here. I'm old a bit, so it's good to be here. But maybe, I mean, things have moved over. I was just trying to reflect now that I'm the oldest. Well, not the oldest. I'm very old here. And a couple of years ago, I mean, you had adverts coming out and they would say, you know, skills in word processing or using Excel or MS Word are critical for this job. And this is not far back. This is, you know, a couple of years ago, 15 years. I think even now, I don't know if they still have those on adverts. But we assume that these things have already been done. 10 years ago, I was working with the UN Global Pulse by then, and at that time we're looking at telecom data. And there was a very interesting pattern in the north that SIM cards would light up in centers, and then they go dark, and then they light up again in other centers. And the story that we got at that time was that pastoralists, they would come, they had SIM cards, and they would come and sell their cattle, put the money on the SIM card, get the SIM card, keep it in, you know, and then they just borrowed the phone, got the SIM card, put the money in the SIM card, and then they went on. So the SIM card would light up and then go off, and then sort of move on. And I guess what I want to talk about here is incentive. So personal interest moves a lot of things. I've worked in this field for a while, and it's very hard to incentivize people, to tell people the good of things. It's like AI. You tell people, no, AI is coming, it's really good, but people don't buy that until they are personally invested in the thing. 20 years ago, maybe 16 years ago, we're trying to sell people on internet. And this is a internet. ICTs are good for you. Put computers in your offices. But now everyone carries a computer. It's a bulky thing, but everyone has a bag they carry from home with a computer, with an iPad, with two phones. I'm not entirely sure why people have two phones, but people are carrying around a lot of technological stuff. And so because people have a vested interest in it, you cannot work without it. And so when we think of AI, it's nascent in many places, it's growing. But in Uganda, how should we think about it? And I think use is very important. It needs to speak to people's challenges right now. So I work with Sunbird AI. Sunbird AI would do a lot of AI for social good. So that's one aspect I want to talk about. That AI here in Uganda, I think a good part of it would be for social good, right? We have these huge challenges in education, in health, and the idea of leapfrogging, the idea that, instead of training a doctor for 25 years, that we can train these models and get digital experts in health that bridge that gap very quickly, so we can leapfrog the 25 years of training doctors or training experts in agriculture or training etc. So there's a huge social implication or social good for AI. But I think the most important thing, and someone talked about it, was inclusion. I think it was Joshua. He said inclusion is big for the internet society. And what we are seeing, and this is something that has been mentioned quite a bit, that AI has irregular, uneven gains and uneven biases and uneven harms to different people, right? So if you imagine a kid, back then, when I studied in primary, the only advantage someone had for going to Kampala Parents School, and for us who went to Buganda Road, maybe a little bit ahead of that was that maybe they had a pool. They could go and learn how to swim. And you could be left back because you studied in a place that didn't have a pool, and that was the only challenge. But now when you think of a kid in Kabong or Kamwenje, you think of a kid now in Kampala Junior who has access to the internet, access to a device, and access to AI on that device. And you think of a kid in Kabong who has no access to internet, access to a device. What you see is that this divide becomes huge, extremely huge. And AI now, the state of AI is that the latest models have PhD level capabilities. That means they operate at a PhD level. And so if you have access to AI and someone doesn't have, this divide becomes extremely huge. And in the next 5 years, it's going to be even extremely, extremely huge. That you have the capabilities of several PhDs on your phone and someone just doesn't have that. And so how we should think of AI, I think in Uganda, one is of course inclusion, make sure that this field is level. I think internet is extremely important, connectivity is important, that we try and bridge that gap, that we watch out for the harms, again, uneven harms, even risk. We try, and I think we try to adopt it. Sometimes it's hard to see the utility now, and this is, I think we had a workshop last week, and the gentleman who opened said, I see utility in oil. I see the oil is being mined. I see it put in a truck. I can count the amount of money I'm going to make from this truck. But when you tell people about AI, we don't see the money. This was his hypothesis. It's very hard to see the money with these digital tools and digital skills and AI. And so there's still a bit of work to do to get people literate, but I think we need to already start developing. And with the Ministry of, I think it has been mentioned, there's a plan to do a strategy. We're doing a strategy on AI and emerging tech in the Ministry of ICT. Efforts are being led by Ambrose, who's here on so if you have any questions, that's the man. If you've not seen it, that's the man still. So this is and I think the idea has been to start with a strategy and then move to a policy, because there's many uneven gains, and of course we don't have to restrict the space by regulation, by allow innovation to start. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that, Doctor. And again, like we mentioned earlier, we've had a very esteemed group of panelists on stage, very bright in their respective fields and leading some very strong discussions. One issue that Doctor has mentioned is the digital divide that AI has introduced, actually, amidst existing other digital divides when it comes to gender, affordability, the inclusion of persons with disabilities. And on that note, thank you to our team doing sign language. That is much appreciated. So there's an entire ecosystem of inclusion that we need to be very aware of when we talk about the future of Uganda's internet ecosystem. Now we're going to do a very quick last round because we have but a few minutes left. You've all made very rich contributions. We wish we had more time. Unfortunately, we don't. But I'm going to try to get 2 questions in to each of you. A general question and a rounding up question. And we're going to come back to you, Doctor. And your specific question is around the barriers. Earlier you spoke about the remarkable digital transformation that Uganda has undertaken. In very few words, what are the biggest barriers currently Ugandans are facing? Or rather, what is the government doing to address these various barriers? Very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These barriers have been mentioned by my colleagues throughout. Issues of affordability, issues of trust, issues of connectivity, last mile. That's what we know as the barriers, lack of skills. Those are the generic barriers that we know. But there's one other barrier, the device that we are talking about. Doctor says some of us are carrying 2 phones, others 3 phones. But the population of the 46 million Ugandans, how many of us can afford this device? That's one that we are going to use to access the internet. So that's the first building block. The cost of acquiring that is still prohibitive. So there are discussions now in terms of taxation related to these devices, and I'm glad members of parliament are here. We've been having those voices of course, we know we want the tax, yes, so that we can get the tenfold growth and whatever, but studies have been done to show that if you reduce the taxes on these devices, the economic gains that come as a result of that are quite immense. So our members of the ICT Parliamentary Committee are here. That's one of the issues that you should pick up and engage with the Minister of Finance. Of course, as the Minister of ICT, that's a voice we are also putting across. Now, it's also good for me to hear what is vibrating across the panel members. When my colleague talks about issues of cybersecurity, for us as a ministry is to make sure there is an enabling environment of everything that we do. If we talk about cybersecurity, yes, what environment is there? So we come in and create an information security strategy, which has been updated recently by Neta, you working with us to do a national information security framework. When we talk about innovation and innovation hubs, we go in and create a neighboring environment, make sure the policies and the laws are in place. We have the business process outsourcing policy. We recently launched the intellectual property rights for ICT innovators that protect and ensure there's a neighboring environment. The Honorable Member of Parliament also is aware that we have a stack of laws that we've worked on from the Minister of ICT working with Parliament over the last few years. We have the famous cyber laws, the Computer Misuse Act, the Electronic Transactions Act, Electronic Signatures Act. All those create a neighboring environment. So we are not in a vacuum. Something is existing, though the Computer Misuse Act recently was challenged, and we are again working to make sure that we have those sections worked on that were challenged in the courts of law. The Data Protection Act is there that protects your personal data and things like that, and that's what we initiate. We sponsor that as the Minister of ICT, and then working with Parliament, it gets enacted into law. So, yes, as the Honourable Member said, we have the bill ready to go to Parliament. So Parliament will receive that bill, as the President mentioned, and we are looking forward to Parliament enacting that into law in this financial year. So we have done our part as the sector that is responsible, and the ball now is on the side of the court of our colleagues. Now, artificial intelligence, yes, artificial intelligence is a discussion that we can't run away from. And as Uganda or as government, we are approaching it from a governance perspective. That is how to govern AI. Some countries and some jurisdictions like the EU started by doing an EU AI Act, which became a problem when it came to enforcement. Just, I think this week is when they commenced some of the enforceable issues around that act. So what we've done is that, as Ernest said, and he should have said, that he's the chairperson of the National AI Task Force. You know, some people are very humble. They don't introduce themselves. So he's the chairperson of the National AI Task Force that is leading the process of developing the Uganda AI governance framework. So we are beginning with a strategy. The draft is in advanced stages, 90% complete. It's in a shareable format. We can share it for you to give any final comments if you have any, but we've consulted stakeholders widely. Now, we are now starting on the process of doing what you call a regulatory impact assessment, which we also, regulatory impact assessment is what we always do before we develop any policy or any law. So with the strategy in place, it sets direction aligned to the ATM's tenfold growth. So when we do the RIA, it will inform us if we should go for a policy or a full-fledged legal and regulatory regime. So the issue is, do you want to quickly go and start enacting laws around AI, or you want to first put some policy statements that you can monitor and ensure that there is implementation of some key actions? So by the end of this year, we'll have the RIA in place that should now guide if we should go for the option of the policy or the option of the law, but noting that we have a strategy already in place. And then after that, then we'll have the regulations. But as we do all that, we are cognizant of standards. Even without the policy and without the law, Uganda subscribes to international standards. We subscribe to the ISO, and there's a specific committee of ISO that develops standards on AI, artificial intelligence management standards. Joint Technical Committee 1, Subcommittee 42, where Uganda is a member, and that's where all these standards of AI are being written. So we participate in that process. The standard is there, ISO IEC 42001 standard. Those of you who are used to these standards of ISO, like the one for security, which my colleague Nelson here is a custodian too. So that standard is there and it's enforceable. So even if there is no law now or no policy, we are saying if you're developing any AI system, align it to the global international standard that Uganda subscribes to. We have taken a deliberate step of training government officials on the implementation of that standard, and they get certified. So now we are also going to call on companies that can certify to be able to ensure that they come and check if you're developing an AI management system, then you can be certified along the ISO IEC 42001 standard and many others. So the law, yes, will come, but it's going to come after we've done what we call a regulatory impact assessment as required by the processes. So I think that is brief from what you asked me. Thank you very much.
It was an extended brief, but thank you very much. Because it's always good to hear what the Ministry of ICT and National Intelligence is doing. We do not always get that opportunity, so thank you very much for that. But I'll come back to you, this time a very brief response, and that is a closing question to you, Doctor. And that is, what gives you the greatest hope for Uganda's digital future? No more than 2 sentences. 2.
It is the enthusiasm that I see among us all. We have all come here to put our heads together to talk about the future of Uganda. And 2040, whatever you have in your pocket, I want to see it multiplied 10 times. So we are working towards a tenfold growth strategy. Everything we do, the digital transformation roadmap that the Honorable talks about, should drive us to that. Artificial intelligence should be adding more money in our pockets so that we get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a round of applause to Dr. Ryoki. Now we are on to our next panelist, Jerome, and in closing, a few words from you on how we can strengthen cyber resilience across the different sectors, primarily the financial sector. What needs to happen there before we also ask you for your 2 sentences? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love that I have to start from the problem and end with the solutions, possible solutions. All right, so every time I'm asked a question, who is your target market? I oftentimes introspect or in response, ask myself, who is the most affected, all right? So what the primary motivation for cybercrime is money, right? The primary, if you look at all the motivations for cybercrime, it's money. So that then means that the financial institutions are largely affected. When you see what's going on in the cyber world, when you understand cyber warfare, you'd be freaked out. There is a story, I think a week or so ago. For those, I know AI is fun. Have you heard the story of OpenAI and Hugging Face? So there is a rogue agent that was deployed to do a vulnerability assessment on a system, and then it grew wings. It took power in its own hands and hacked and ransacked the system, okay? It disobeyed all the instructions of its prompter or the person who deployed it and went on to do terrible stuff. But good enough, OpenAI and Hugging Face are in talking terms and they're fixing it. So imagine that's going on already. What's going to happen to my Sako somewhere in Bunyaruguru, or somewhere in Koboko, or somewhere in Bugisu, who doesn't even know that AI is capable of all these things? So it's very important that some of these things, among the many things that are already being done, are adhered to. There is a very, very important requirement to shift to sector-wide collaboration. The Anti-Fraud Consortium, the UBA, NITA-U, they're trying to find ways of harmonizing data on threat intelligence, cyber attacks, aggregating cases, fast-tracking resolution of cybercrime or cybercrime-related cases. If this is done as a sector as a whole, which is already being done, I'm excited to have been part of a team at Milima Security with the FSDU and UBA that launched a report on the cyber fraud and risk landscape of the Uganda financial services sector. Go check out that report on the UBA website and FSDU. It will give you some notes, but initiatives like those and other sector-wide endeavors would come a long way in strengthening the cyber resilience of these circles, because once their problems are addressed at the sector level, it would then be very, very easy for them to build the necessary resilience. We learn this from what's going on out there in the world. I'm a member of the European Union CyberNet Experts Group, where it's a community of cybersecurity experts that go and deliver on missions across the world. But you see how much people are doing out there. The levels of collaborations are astronomical, okay? So if we can bring such collaborative efforts to the sectors, let's say in the financial sector in Uganda, then it becomes a lot easier to resolve these challenges and foster that resilience. Of course, BOU rolled out certain guidelines. So fully operationalizing all those requirements, especially around risk management, would help a long way in curbing the different challenges in the financial services sector that relate to cybercrime. Have a head of cybersecurity, a CISO, have a cybersecurity policy, have a department that is dealing with cybersecurity, report the cybercrime, register the PDPO. Things like those would come a long way in supporting the cyber resilience endeavors. Security by design. There's what we call shifting security to the left. Think about it as you're building your applications. If it's a financial service system, if you're fintech, even if it's a bank, you're building a platform. From the design stage, when you're prototyping, think about cybersecurity, because in the future you will need it, okay? Do not build a solution for your financial let's say financial solution, and then later on be like, oops, I need to fix security here, yeah? So shifting security to the left is very important. There's certain basic things like multi-factor authentication, anomaly detection, and zero trust. Zero trust is very important. I know you care about the people around you, but ensure you have a password, and a strong one at that, okay? Do not say, I have nothing to hide, so you can live with your phone without a pattern or your PC without a pin. Somebody will use your computer to access the person next to you who is thinking they're a fortress in security. So try to maintain what we call the principle of zero trust. Help your neighbor understand it's not them, but it's for the sake of all of us. Then, of course, the skills and awareness gap. This is something that we're very passionate about at Milima and that we're doing with friends like the Internet Society, the ISOC Uganda chapter. We are trying to extend as much awareness. Every October we run a cybersecurity awareness campaign. Welcome to learn more about that. So things like these and more, we've invested a lot of our efforts in educating the tier 2, 3, and 4s. The tier 1, 2s are fairly there, but the lower, tier financial institutions are doing really badly. So we try to deliberately deliver this awareness. So emphasis on awareness and training would go a long way in supporting them. Then, of course, like Doctor has mentioned here, adherence to frameworks which are existent. NITAU recently launched the NIS framework, the National Information Security Framework. I was in the room, and it's amazing how much is being done already to foster this resilience. So some of these things could go a long way in supporting cyber resilience, especially in the financial services sector. Please don't get hacked. Look for help. I hope that will suffice.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. But before we move on, two sentences. We're struggling with two. Two sentences on what gives you the greatest hope for Uganda's digital future.
In 2019, Uganda ranked #1 in the NCR index. Mr. Tumsim, I think I'm right. But what happened years later? We slacked, okay? So with the innovations that are going on, I'm very positive. When I introduced myself as a hacker nowadays, a few people in the room would say, hey, the cybersecurity experts. But back in the day, when you said you're a hacker, they'd be like, wait, what? Is my phone safe? So there is a lot going on right now, initiatives by government and the IT sector, that the ministry is doing a great job in trying to make known the message of cybersecurity and AI. So I'm positive that the youth in here and the generation that we're in is educated, but there is still a lot more that can be done, especially when all of these policies are made to actually work. We have neighbors around us who are thriving, and I think they've leapfrogged, they've killed the 25-year hurdle faster than us. So I think we're getting there, and I'm very positive for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Now we're moving on to Honorable Basajja. And to you, following your presentation, I just want to get a very, very specific understanding of that one policy that excites you most and that you'd prioritize immediately. What would that be?
Thank you. I think to be on the same page, I would be excited about the tenfold work plan of our economy, because apparently we are at $50 billion, and if we fully implement the tenfold plan, it means that we'll be 10 times where we are. So it means that if you are earning 20,000, you'll be earning 200,000. So I think I would encourage the youth to come there, because you are the majority population. Be innovative, don't sleep, work so hard. There are so many gaps in the IT sector. There are so many problems that need to be solved, and you can earn more. Your uniqueness will only see it when you've solved a very, very big problem and you've earned more money from that problem. Otherwise, if we just sit here and we tell you that the government has given you this, we have appropriated this amount of money for this, and you just sit and watch us, and you are not putting in your effort to solve those problems, then we'll be stuck, we'll not earn anything. And if you earn money, then the government also will come and we tax you some money so that we can build some roads for you. We are expanding these networks because you're giving us tax. So if you earn more money, 10 times, then we'll expand further, and we'll look at the regional level, the East African level, African level, and the global level. So it's up to the young people who are here. Talk to your colleagues. There are so many problems that need to be solved in the ICT sector. We are moving very fast. but you can facilitate us to move faster. Because you're still fresh, you're from school, you know most of these things more than we do. How do you integrate AI? Which AI department are you looking at? Which problems do you want to use AI? Do you want to do marketing using AI? Do you want to guide on surgeries using AI? Do you want to... There's a lot. So, me, I focus more on the tenfold plan, work plan that we have for 2040, so that by 2040, if someone was earning 1 million today, by 2040 is earning 10 million. So they will be good to go. That's my thinking, and I emphasize it wherever I go. And don't keep quiet, don't be shy. If you don't know something, try to ask. Because for us those days, when we were still in school, when we would ask something very small, they would laugh at you. But I think now the days have changed. And even if you don't ask, you can use the internet to ask the same question. So those days we didn't even have AI. For you can ask your AI and get a solution. So let's emphasize that, and we take on that program by 2040. So that by the time when we are seated here by 2040, everyone is earning 10 times, and our economy is also 10 times. Then we'll be good to go. I thank you. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. And again, very briefly, the same question to you. What gives you the greatest hope for Uganda's digital future?
The greatest hope, of course, is in the youth, because the population of the youth is roughly between 75 to 80%. And by 2030, it will be like 90%. So we have the biggest numbers to serve us in the ICT sector. There are in some countries, I think there are some companies that employ the youth. They work from here and they are working overseas. And more companies are coming in. Be trustworthy. Don't expose what you're doing to third parties who are not party to those companies you're serving, so that more companies can gain more confidence in you and they employ more youth. And this trend, now TikTok shouldn't be a thing really. We should advance. We should be more innovative. So that we use bigger, and we improve on the standards so that we improve on the standards so that the standards are high a bit, so that we can be able to earn more rather than using. Now everyone wants to be a TikToker. Why shouldn't, now if others are TikTokers, then we should get other people who are doing AI marketing, then we also get other people who are doing something else, then we get more cybersecurity people, then the scope is very wide. But because now everyone wants photos, wants to scroll, wants to do what, they want to use TikTok. Now if the traffic jam is created on TikTok, what will other people do? You see? So me, I think the youth exploit all these avenues. Now AFCON is coming up. What plans do you have for AFCON? You should be asking us now, what are the standards of the internet we intend to give us during AFCON? But now, I have not had such a question. I had to look at the current affairs and I put it to your attention. So the way I put it to your attention, pay attention to more current affairs in even other jurisdictions, in America, in the UK, in Canada. They are more advanced. How are they solving problems? Do they have platforms for people to look for jobs? So if they are there, then innovate that also and incorporate it here in our jurisdiction so that you can do it. Are there property consultants online? How do they do it? How can we do it in a better way? Rather than these things I already see on the road. Broker for houses, for rentals, you see.
Hello? Let's wind up.
I think it's wiser for us to improve the standards, and we desist from those mechanisms of these brokers of ours. You can even be a professional broker, and you put your houses there. They know that so and so has a platform. They are cheap houses. They are cheap plots. But this mechanism, officer broker, what it is the other side in the corner. Then there are so many things, you know. Let us improve the standards, and we move towards shaping Ugandan's digital future. Anything you think about, do it digitally. Follow the digital mechanism to do whatever work you're supposed to do. Accounts, are there apps that can do for us balance sheet, income statements, profit and loss? You know, we generate all those apps so that people can get those services. Even those people who went to school and studied accounts, they still want to use their pens and books and write. They are not developing any apps for us, you know. So we'll still lag behind. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe you had an entire speech going forward, but unfortunately time is not on our
because
side.
the scope is very wide, so I have to. And I'm the vice chair, so I have to be well equipped with the information so that I can serve my people.
And you
Thank
came
you very much.
very well equipped. Unfortunately, time was not on our side. And to Rita, I'll extend to you the opportunity to give some closing remarks and then just give us a hint of what your greatest hope for Uganda's digital future would be.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Honorable said very meaningful words. What I would add is that in other countries, a TikToker earns more than someone who sits in an office these days. It's just about, however, because they are monetized, we are not monetized in Uganda. You put out content, you can get thousands of views and so forth. That's paid for views. So it's very critical. Today we spoke about the policies, and I'm very encouraged by what the plan looks like. But we must begin to talk about execution. Because we can have fantastic policies, but who is executing? What does execution look like? The average Ugandan is a 15-year-old girl. That is who will execute on these visions, on these strategies, and so forth. So how are we enabling that to happen? The digital transformation has democratized a lot. As much as there's also the divide, there's also the democratization. So today you don't have to sit in an office to earn money. Ugandan can work with someone who is sitting in the States, for example. That can be your client. You can offer a service to someone who's not with you. But your environment must allow you to transact. The digital infrastructure, the enabling policies, et cetera, But now we must talk about execution and talk about incentives and talk about how you begin to bring private sector into this conversation and begin to imagine what are some of those enabling factors that need to happen. The same with AI right now. You can generate content through AI. I mean, I'm sure there's young people here. These are podcasters, content creators, and so forth. But their question is, how is it sustainable? How do I monetize my content? You get it? So as much as we begin to see that the digital young sector understands what they need to do, they just need the execution that enables them to do so. So I think my call would be more on the delivery aspect of it. So even as we design, as we strategize, we must begin to know who we need to bring into the room to support on that execution so it reaches those that it needs to and allows them to innovate and to transform and to bring forth all those solutions, because someone can be an innovator and design fantastic solutions, but then they die. Uganda is one of the most entrepreneurial countries, fantastic, but these businesses die within 1 year. That is a problem. And now when you begin to look at that problem, you must understand, are we entrepreneurs or are we just trying to survive? So how do you stimulate entrepreneurship? How do you stimulate economic output? It means that I walk beyond the policy and I start to begin to imagine execution. So for me, my final call on this platform would be talking about execution, bringing private sector into the room, bringing young problem solvers into the room, giving them the ability to also contribute and design for what they imagine are the right solutions, not what we imagine are the right solutions for them. Yes, so what am I inspired by? I'm inspired by the possibility of it. As much as the entire panel mentioned young people, they're either a resource or a ticking time bomb, and it's on you to decide what that will be. Because with them sitting in their homes, sitting in different spaces, the formal economy, I believe, can only take about 70,000 a year. I don't know, we have hundreds of thousands of graduates every year. That should keep us up. We must begin to imagine which industries can they absorb, which industries can they build for. And your role as ecosystem builders, as policy, as government, is to solve with them, is to help them imagine how they transition into industrialization. That's why I say from subsistence, we must also move towards industrializations. But these industries don't exist on their own. It's young people who build for them, who will own them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It is a challenge to us to think about the way forward for Uganda's youth and its economy. Thank you for that. And to you, Dr. Mwebaze, very similar question. A few rounding comments, and then what gives you hope about Uganda's digital future?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's good to be in a room where when we talk of AI, people are not thinking of artificial insemination. So that happened. Yeah, I think what gives me hope, I think, is these groups. It's good to be in a place, and I do not know many people. I know about 5 people here, maybe. I think this is really good. I think these spaces of convening to talk about our national issues, talk about tech, the youth dividend that we have. I think these are very critical things. So I'm very excited about this kind of space and these conversations. So I think there's a lot of future for us. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Very short and concise. But yeah, it's a reflection. This panel is a reflection of what needs to happen in Uganda. Big discussions, clear discussions, and a lot of energy that we have seen on stage and from the audience. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our panelists. Yes. And let's have you line up for a group shot on stage. But yes, let's use this opportunity to network as we maximize our time today. Unfortunately, time for questions has run out, but let's network. Today I've made 2 friends here who have developed a platform and are doing a social media platform. So please network with each other. To make the most of our time here together. Maybe they come down lower. And thank you to our sign language interpreters. It is really appreciated, the efforts that you have put into making sure that this panel is accessible to all here and beyond. Thank you. And a round of applause for them too.
There's a request for questions as the minister is coming through. Sorry for the interruption. Anyone with a question? Yeah, thank you. Oh, there's even one right behind you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Ronald Katamba. I head the software company called Afro's IT solution. My question goes to Doctor. Doctor, you've been talking about how technology can be leveraging to young people, specifically how Ugandan startup and innovator can use this opportunity to make sure build softwares that will help our Ugandan people. I'm part of the innovator and ecosystem who have developed a technology, an agentic AI technology that's one of its kind in Africa, that's being built here in Uganda to make sure it could help digital infrastructure for public infrastructure governance, helping citizens and everyone. To your view, how do you think it should go about? What kind of criteria should be taken to make sure such kind of technology that's being used? In fact, in Africa, it's one of the technology being built right now, agentic AI, to help citizens here in Uganda to make sure government can adopt such kind of technology to be used by Ugandan citizens. Thank you.
I have a question. After I give you, perfect. Good morning. We still have a few minutes to afternoon. My name is Ahmed Kawes. I have a question for the panelists. I believe most of, at least 3 of them have met in person. My question is, as innovators, I run a company called Start Boom Digital, and we have a signature product, which is an e-commerce and social media platform. And whenever I hear the president, he says that Ugandans have to join the money economy, and Uganda has to become a $500 billion economy, and I'm very intrigued with that. And I believe that we are all working towards that future. And I believe that technology or internet is a way how we can bring very many people to the money economy. My question is in 2 parts. The first one is, as Ugandan innovators, we don't have access to capital because some of these things require a lot of money. I am literally looking for $750 between today and Monday. And I don't know where I'm going to get it. But and that is the least of it. We need money to be able to grow. I've been talking with Brian. This guy has done tremendous things. He has told me he's looking for $100 million. You see, we don't have money. We don't have access to money in Uganda. And part 2 of my question is, if we are going to support Ugandans to join the money economy, I have talked to some people on this panel. Nobody has gotten back to me. And I've created a platform. Uganda banned Facebook. And I didn't build my platform because of Facebook, but I built it because I realized that Ugandans are using social media to sell whatever they are doing. You know, they're using TikTok, whatever to sell. But those platforms don't enable them to sell because they're not built here. They don't allow mobile money. And most people are locked out. So we built an e-commerce and social media platform combined. And I see the future adding 70 billion on Uganda alone using this platform. People on that platform never get back to me. And I've been turned down by most of them. So I want them to answer me because they know me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Glorious. I'm happy to have met this wonderful panel, especially the cybersecurity expert. I am a student of Masters of Security Studies, and we've been having a discussion on the changing nature of security in the digital age and how cybersecurity has challenged the traditional concept of national security. You realize that today, security no longer relies on the military size. We rely on data. You have also realized that there are cyber threats all over the globe. When I'm talking about these matters, they don't concern Uganda because digital security cannot be fixed somewhere in Nakasero or Kololo or where. These are interconnected issues. As a country, we need to get prepared. We need maybe to start thinking of the laws of how we can interrelate with other nations in order to address this. Because in 2017, I saw someone infiltrated in the tax system in Ukraine, and everything was shattered. Ukraine had to lose more than 10 million USD. So it was something that was terrorizing everyone around. I want to ask if there are avenues or preparations for this country to start talks with the security agencies, with the regulators, with the hackers, because we now need to bring them on board. These are ethical hackers. How are we engaging them? Otherwise, we have had people invade banks. They steal a lot of money. Actually, there are some banks which have tried to protect their images and they don't release anything. But they have lost billions and billions of money. And these are losses. That's a cybersecurity expert. I think me and you, we can talk after here. But I thank you so much. This is an interesting platform for us to engage, even beyond this. Beyond internet, bundles, data on our phones, but we can engage beyond security, banking, economy. Someone can enter into someone's economy, a nation's economy, and it is shuttered down. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Julie F. Nantaba, and I am from UBC TV. My questions would go to Honorable and Doctor, majorly in line with policy and implementation, but perhaps security therein a little bit. And when it comes to Uganda, one of the things known for Uganda is the fact that we always have beautiful policies on paper. At gatherings such as this, forums, conferences, policies, discussions are taken note of. However, when it comes to implementation, and just to even add to the voice of the lady on the panel, execution and implementation are always a problem. And my question would go to the Honorable, how best should we expect Parliament to focus or force implementation, and how fast can the process of implementation take shape when it comes to matters, digital and data and internet and everything? And the reason is data is one of the strongest weapons now being used in the world. I mean, right now, anyone can hurt Uganda by just the data that is available in just platforms such as Google. But again, to go to the Honorable and Doctor from the ministry, how much is Uganda's Parliament looking to empower innovators in Uganda? I mean, if we look at countries like China, they don't use WhatsApp like all of us do, or use Google like all of us do. Yes, they have the internet, but they've built their own web systems. And Uganda is emphasizing buy Uganda, build Uganda. How is the government looking at empowering, funding, advancing young innovators in Uganda, those who are Ugandan and are for Uganda, to actually protect Uganda? How can we see our own Google and protect our own data away from the Google that we all use right now? And finally, again, still to the Honorable, how practical and relatable can all that is being discussed be brought down to the person who's supposed to use it. Many a times we use a lot of English and speak a lot at forums such as this, even at the parliamentary committees. But when you look at these discussions being brought down to relatable terms and measures, to these young people who are in this room, sometimes it's not the case, and yet they're the very people who use this language and put it into relatability and practicability for Uganda. So how can all of this become real in realistic terms? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the questions from the floor. We are lucky to have scored ourselves a few more minutes grace for questions. And so let's first respond to this first round of questions before they get muddled up with any further questions. So we had questions around implementation, around magnetic AI, around the money economy and Uganda's position there, as well as, now I can't read my writing. But yes, so those are some of the questions that have come up, and we'd appreciate some responses and make this more of a discussion as opposed to one way. Let's have a talk, because this is exactly what the UIGF is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister from UBC. I think her question is to do with the implementing on what is on paper. We already have a goal setting system, which is the 2040 program. So the 10-fold program. So if we talk about the goal setting system, it means that there's what we are supposed to have achieved by 2040. And interestingly, she works for UBC. There is what UBC is supposed to have done by 2040. So I'm going to generate for her that work plan for UBC, and she will help me to implement it because it is already on paper. Then we'll continue checking, working together, because what is important is where we are and where we intend to be. Have we set goals for what we intend to achieve for the next 10, 20 years? Yes. What is supposed to be done? The objectives are there, the work plan is there, and everything is there. So what is important now is to implement what we are supposed to have achieved by 2040. And in the ICT sector, I have the supervisory role to oversee, to amplify your voices so that UBC can do what they are supposed to do. So, my sister, you will help me so that we can work together to implement what we are supposed to do by 2040. I think the problem has always been putting things on paper and not setting goals on what should be done in a certain period of time. But now we have our program for the 10-fold economy. Every ministry, every department, every authority, they have what they are supposed to have achieved if we are to achieve the 2040 work plan. So, me, I focus more on the goal setting system rather than on the policies themselves. Then the other issue was Facebook. Kawes talked about Facebook and the way forward. Facebook has been off for a couple of years, which is true, and people were earning from that. So when it went off, it created a crisis and people lost some money. But now, we Ugandans, we sat back. We didn't come up with a solution to substitute the same. So if we don't substitute the same, and we keep saying that Facebook is off now, we are not working, I think we should innovate and we come up with a solution to take us forward, because now it is not there. If it is not, you have...
We have created a solution, that's what I'm saying.
Market it to Ugandans. Internet is there. Internet is there. It is accessible. It is affordable. We are expanding the network to all parts of the country. For us, we are serving you. We are not sleeping. So now it is your obligation, since you have created the platform, to push harder. Don't sleep. Reduce the hours of sleeping. Then we push this country so that our people can get a service and we'll develop this country. I thank you. I thank you so much. You also talked about accessibility of capital. I think most of us studied economics, and the characteristics of money, one of them is a scarce commodity, isn't it? So much as government is putting mechanisms for us to access those funds, we are held up somewhere, somehow. But we are trying to put those mechanisms so that you can access those funds. Very soon we are going to start exporting our oil, so the resources will increase. So you don't worry, the funds will be there and will work in tandem with our 2040 work plan. I thank you. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. However, our panelists remain available for direct conversation. You can find them online. If you're very friendly, they might give you their email addresses or numbers, right? And yeah, continue these discussions. But as mentioned earlier, this is a space for interrogation and discussion. But unfortunately, we have to wind up this session now.
Thank you very much. Adrian Katsime Mabesa, Honorable Member of Parliament. I really want to thank members for turning up. Mine is to add on a little, and it goes to the ministry. Of course, ICT is the highway, and the ministry is the builder. As honorable members of Parliament, we do understand that if we worked so well with the ministry, if it came to our board and worked together with us, we are very much ready and set. Making sure and knowing that this is the backbone of our country, and if it is agriculture, if it is any investment that is to be done in this country, the backbone is the Ministry of ICT. And as my fellow honorable mentioned it, that I'm on the committee too, that us as the committee members, we are ready to hear from you. We are ready to listen and say, this is the bill that is outstanding, these are the laws that we need to govern this ministry, the ministry. We will be there, as the UBC lady said, because if you do not bring us on board, if you do not call us to tell us exactly what is happening, then maybe things will remain the same. But I want to assure you, as far as the investment is concerned, when data is set, when all the infrastructure is available, I'm very sure that even the unemployment that we are talking about, especially which is eating up as youth, it will be solved. And ICT has a lot of advantages. So ministry, kindly come up, just get to know that this is, I think, the best ministry that can solve a lot of issues as far unemployment is concerned, in attracting investors in this country is concerned, agriculture is concerned, so that we work together and solve a lot of issues that are outstanding. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a very public announcement of interaction between the ministry and the ICT committee. So thank you very much for that. It's much appreciated. Once again, a big round of applause to our panelists who have patiently stayed on stage. And you are welcome to leave the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A hand of applause again for the team that has been here. Thank you, Juliet Namfuka, for moderating this session. Thank you, the Honorable, for also adding your voice to this session. Now we are going into the next phase where we are going to have, we're going to split up. So some guys can stay here. So what will happen, we are going to have the parliamentary track, but it's an invite only, mostly to have the honorables, the other side. Then right here, we'll stay with the next panel, a plenary. Then also we'll have a hackathon in another room as well. Oh, I'm told the minister has arrived. So as the minister comes through, we are going to have our keynote address from the minister. Otherwise, I think the panel, I think he got his answer. Technically, they told you money is coming. Money is coming, so relax. As the oil, I hope you guys have you guys seen the pipeline that they're actually putting up? They're actually doing it. A few people I think have actually seen it. It's, I think now past Masaka even. Yeah, so money is coming, my brother. Yeah, but I get your logic. Personally, I'm also a software developer. Actually, your neighbor there, well, I was with him at university. So we understand the struggles we all go through. When you're trying to build your software, people are not taking it up, you're hoping government will come through. Well, it's always a struggle. So I'm also waiting for that money. Yeah. We had something from the guy from, I think it was Jerome, who talked a lot about cybersecurity. The words he used, phishing, now he used a new word I didn't know, whaling. I was like, whoa, now where this one come from? For a moment, it sounded like some guy, a fisherman of sorts. But yeah, it was nice hearing from you, Jerome, about the new things we need to look out for in terms of cybersecurity. Milima is an institution that trains on cybersecurity, but also implements for you the cybersecurity. So all those who are struggling with even understanding it, please, you can always reach out to them. We have worked with them several times, even training other institutions. I think one of the most recent was with the Uganda police. In October is always I think they call it the cybersecurity month, where we even have the encryption day. So please look out for it during that time as well. There was a takeaway, I think, from Dr. Ambrose, who talked about the barriers, and one of the barriers he talked about was taxes. Some time ago, we had some leeway over some taxes. So it was possible to easily buy computers and the like easily, but today they put back all the taxes. I'm really hoping our honorables pick that up so that we can have less taxes levied on us. Welcome our minister. going to do, I think the minister really wants to be with you guys. Thank you. I'm going to invite our convener, Lillian Naluoga. She'll give her remarks, and I think thereafter we'll hand over to Honorable Sarah Pendi.
Thank you, Joshua. Good afternoon once again, members, Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, distinguished guests. I know we've already started. This is remarks that were supposed to have happened earlier on in the morning, but we wanted our Honorable Minister to have a bit of a background on why we are here today and why it is important for the ministry, government, and the members of Parliament to be part of this conversation. As we've already heard from from the sessions before in the morning, internet is the engine of Uganda's social and economic transformation. It is not only shaping how we learn, work, trade, govern, and connect, but it also has brought in new technologies like artificial intelligence. We've heard about the advances in the digital services, and the opportunities before us are really vast, and so are our responsibilities. We've already had our focus for this forum. It is very clear. We are talking about inclusion. We heard this from our from Commissioner earlier in the morning. As Uganda, we must ensure that no Ugandan is left behind in the digital age. Affordable, reliable internet connectivity, especially for rural communities, women, people with disabilities, young people, is essential. Access to the internet is now access to education, healthcare, jobs, and financial independence. We've already had this. But more importantly, we are looking at trust and security because our lives are online every day. We must strengthen cybersecurity. We've already had a glimpse of that, and we'll also hear in the coming panel about why we need to be cyber savvy and protect our personal data. Ugandans must feel confident, safe when they use digital services. We've been participating in these global frameworks. We've been participating at regional level, and we've also participated at continental level. So we are not just looking at conversations happening in Geneva or New York, but it is happening right here in our motherland. Today, the themes we are talking about: connectivity, cybersecurity, data governance, digital rights, AI governance. These mirror the UN IGF core mandate to ensure an open, secure, and inclusive internet for all. So, Honorable, the forum here today before you feeds into the East Africa Internet Governance Forum that is hosted at the East African Community, and also the East Africa Community feeds into the Africa Internet Governance Forum, which is hosted under the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, and the Africa Commission on Africa Union Commission. And this year, we've already heard that the Africa Internet Governance Forum is taking place in Accra, Ghana, in November. And also, the continent has been blessed with hosting the Global UN Forum in Nairobi in December. So it is our responsibility as Ugandans to have conversations to get our priority issues right so that we can be able to form into these regional and global dialogues. And with that, I know already the conversations have already started, but I would like to urge all of us through the ministry that Uganda takes active participation in these forums, especially I believe perhaps the communication may have already reached out from the Africa Union and ECA for the participation in the Africa Internet Governance Forum and the Global Forum. So that is the background of why we are here today, and we are very honored to have you grace this forum. And with that, I would like to hand over to my president, Joshua Mpaire, to take us through to the next aspect of the program. I thank you.
Thank you, Lillian, for that brief. I would like to welcome the Honorable Sarah Upendi to give her talk to us. Sarah Upendi, the Honorable, is the convener of the Uganda Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, and all the participants here present, you know, when members were standing here to speak, they were like they are so far away from the people down. I seem to be so raised and a little uncomfortable being here, but I have to stand because this is the podium. So our guest of honor this morning, the Honorable Minister for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, the Honorable Members of Parliament, all the partners here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank you, Honorable Minister, for accepting to be part of this internet governance program for this week. But also I want to apologize for putting you under immense pressure, but it was for a cause. I want to congratulate you for also taking up this office. That appointment does not come to everyone. There are so many out there, but you were chosen. So allow me to congratulate you and thank you and welcome to this sector. She's saying she wanted to be the chief whip. So, Honorable Minister, as you heard, the Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum was launched last year by your predecessor, the Honorable Chris Baryomonsi. And just to let you know, that the Internet Governance, the Parliamentary Internet Governance Forum was started by members of parliament who felt that we were actually being left behind in this conversation regarding the internet. You are all aware that there's so much taking place. However, as members of parliament, our role of legislation, our role of oversight, our role of even appropriation cannot, and representation cannot be effectively be undertaken without members of parliament understanding and appreciating this whole internet governance. We use phones, we use the internet. However, very few people actually understand the dynamics and actually what goes on. In parliament, when it comes to appropriation, I can assure you, sectors like the health sector, education, would attract everybody speaking for it, other than you talking about putting money or resources in the internet, or in this internet or ICT sector. So we felt as members of parliament that we needed to rally other members of parliament, bring them together, bring them on board, also be part of this conversation so that we can better understand the need for legislation, we can better understand the need for appropriating adequate resources to this sector, the need for understanding why everybody must be included in this space, but also, most importantly, the need to understand why we need to regulate this sector and have responsible people, everybody being responsible and utilizing this space. So that's how the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance came into being. And following that, when we were in Tanzania with the ICT Committee on the Forum on Internet Freedom for Africa, I then realized that speaking at the global level does not save us. Why don't we have country chapters for parliamentarians? And that's how the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Internet Governance was actually formed. I needed to bring specifically the minister on board to understand why UPIFG was created. And of course, with the main reason or main objective of championing legislation and reforms, advocating for policies and standards that promote a secure and inclusive internet environment in Uganda, advocate for protection of the rights of the citizens, but also foster the interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation on internet governance issues. You know, as we speak now, ladies and gentlemen, you know, President Idi Amin, late, may his soul rest in eternal peace, said one time that we can have freedom of speech the way you like, the way you wish. You can have it. But freedom after speech may not be guaranteed. And that is something that we must, freedom, yes, your freedom after your speech may not be guaranteed. So we must ensure that really people are free to speak, but speak responsibly. And of course, that is why partially we are here. We have seen laws being put in place, and of course, certain provisions even struck out by courts, purposely for this reason of freedom of speech, because it infringes on that which is supposed to be a fundamental human right. So, Honorable Minister, I want to really note that the government of Uganda has actually had tremendous growth in connectivity and development in the ICT sector. As we speak today, I'm quite aware that the internet users have actually grown over the years. And from the previous speakers, I think we could be getting to close to 30% now as we speak. And of course, also the promotion of the online services have greatly expanded in the country. This growth and inclusion are critical instruments in enabling progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. But, Honorable Minister, there is need to ensure that the entire country is actually covered with the connectivity. The internet is one innovation that has actually shaped our social interactions, the education, work, as well as many services that we actually use today. The internet is part of our lives. My only worry right now is the addiction to these phones. And of course, families falling apart because of this technology. We must, as a country, ensure that we have laws that safeguard the children, the future generation of this country. It worries me. Of course, we are all happy with this innovation. We are all happy that we can now reach our parents easily, talk to them on a daily basis, our friends from wherever. However, the challenges that come with this technology has to be regulated. Our values, Honorable Minister, I am sorry, I am a champion of African values. I'm a champion of African cultures, but our cultures are slowly being eroded because of this technology. The parents no longer have time to speak to their children. And that should be a concern to each and every one of us. That a child has more time on the gadgets. When a child, when a parent, instead of a parent speaking to a child, they pass on the gadget to the child to keep the child busy. That is the form of parenting that we are seeing right now. Some countries have now gone a step to even, legislate on use of this technology for children. You cannot access internet. You cannot access these gadgets for as long as you're below a certain age. And this is something that we have to think about as a nation. Members of Parliament have a critical role in, of course, tackling the issues around legislation. And I'm quite happy listening to the panelists here, and specifically the ministry informing us that there is a bill coming, Honorable Minister, the Information and Communication Bill 2026. During the 11th Parliament, one of our members, the Honorable Byakatonda, was actually moving a private member's bill on artificial intelligence. I hope that this can actually be tackled as fast as possible, because right now things are moving so fast. Technology, every day you wake up there is something new. And if you don't catch up with the pace at which these things are developing, by the time you want to put in a law, things will have moved to another level. So I really want to call upon the ministry, working of course closely with Parliament, that let us ensure that we are also up to the task, moving fast with this technology so that we can deal with all the challenges that come along with it. Our guest of honor, as I move to the end of my speech, I've already talked about the challenges posed by technology. They are vast, the issues of misinformation, the disinformation, the hate speech. And now the biggest challenge, guest of honor, TikTok is also bringing another dimension to the whole equation. We need to find a way of regulating the TikTokers. Honestly, you open and listen to what is on TikTok and you wonder how a mother, some are even grandmothers. Yesterday, I just chanced on something and I said, what exactly is this? And when I looked at the comments, somebody said, can you imagine this was my teacher? But the teacher was busy inviting whoever wants to have Eh? Whoever wants to have a piece of her, to actually reach out to her. Yes. And speaking vulgar language. I can't repeat what she was saying here. So these are things we must find a way of regulating these spaces. Otherwise, our children are consuming all this, and sometimes you wonder why certain children behave in a certain way. But it's because of what they are actually, seeing. The parents are not there. It is the phones. It is TikTok. It is I don't know what. So for me, I'm happy with the technology. But I'm also sick on the other side. We must find a way of regulating this content. The content, and I hope that the bill will tackle this challenge that I'm actually talking about, Honorable Minister. So while we are still in a relatively early stages of the artificial intelligence, the potential for abuse of this technology are already visible, particularly now that we are, of course, at that time, we were having so many, programs in the education field and others. I've already talked about the TikTokers, the singers are all there, They are coaches, they are teaching children all kinds of things. I don't know. And some are now saying, okay, their live sessions will start from 11, but the children are in their bedrooms with these phones. The content on these platforms. If you are here and you're a parent, please know where I'm coming from. If you are here and you are Ugandan, please also know where I'm coming from. Because we have values as Africans. We have values as Ugandans. And these values, we cannot compromise on them. So, Honorable Minister, as I end, I really want to appreciate all those that have come up with the various apps trying to support the economy, trying to support the Ugandans. I know we are talking about the money economy. We're also talking about the inclusion. We are talking about, efficient services. However, we must know that all these things also have a price. I keep wondering when I see banks employing some of these technologies, I ask myself, where are all these youths going to work tomorrow? Where are you going to work? When in the agricultural field, now we have technology. Yesterday I was watching, you just have your machine and you can plant 10 acres in just about 2 hours. You're done planting. So why would you need the human being? Why? So many innovations, good, efficient, but I am seeing a bigger problem coming ahead in that. Where shall we put all these, young people? You go to the banks now, there are ATM machines. You have to bank. You don't need a teller. So where are all these people going to work? So let us be aware that while the technology is up and is bringing efficiency, it comes along with other challenges. So, Honorable Minister, I want to conclude by appealing to the members of the ICT Committee, the members of Parliament, that you have a role to play as legislators in representing Ugandans, but also most importantly, the legislation and the oversight. I want to, Honorable Minister, appeal to you. When we were launching this forum, we had a co-patron who was the Minister for ICT. And now that you're the Minister for ICT, I want to request that you accept to be the co-patron.
I will explain the issue of health reasons after recognizing going through the protocol. Convener, Honorable Sarah Cheng, Opendi, Honorable members of Parliament, especially the chairperson, who is my son, I've not seen him. Andrew. Oh, represented by the vice. So, technical people from the ministry, professionals, those from the private sector. Good afternoon, everybody. I was supposed to have been here by 9, but I don't know what you people put in these LOC ones, that they had to keep us busy for 4 days and we are still busy. But because of the importance I attach to this, I had to travel back this morning to come and be with you. So apologies that I didn't keep time, but I'm here because you are important people in this sector, not the current, but most importantly, placing Uganda in the future, both at local level, but also at the international level, to be able to compete in everything. The future now lies in technology. And there is no technology that will work where there is no communication. So as you talk about science and technology, communication is very important. I want to thank those who have organized this. First of all, the initiators, but also who have organized this. I'll be you said a co-patron. We will even stop calling it a co-patron. I will remove the word co so that the ministry has the patron. We shall compete for that at the right time, so that we are placed in this together and to be in it. But I've accepted. Clap for me. Members, while I say you clap for me, and I say for healthy reasons, it's because when you remember the biology we studied in either primary or secondary or HSC, the nerve points in our body, the end points are either in your below the feet or where? In the palms. So when you walk barefoot or you clap, you're actually just awakening your nerve system. So the more you do it, the better for your health. So if you want to avoid a stroke, clap as much as you can. And but also be careful, members. Clap when you are here. But when you go home and your spouse finds you clapping, either in a bathroom alone, may think there is a problem. So you can hardly clap when you are alone, but when you are in public, make sure you take advantage so that at home, you are not, your actions are not misread by anybody who will come to find you clapping alone. Yeah, so they can easily take you to Luzira. That's why I keep encouraging people, when you are in public, try as much as possible to clap. And also encourage your parents to clap. It's one way of pushing the stroke far away from you or getting issues with your nerves. So, clap again. So I want to once again thank the organizers, but also to what my colleague Honorable Sarah has talked about, the issue of internet. Yes, government has provided the internet, but what are we using this internet for? What are we using this road for? It's like we have tarmac roads from one point of the country to another, because you know we have tarmac all the way from Nimule to Katuna. We have tarmac all the way from Mpondwe to now Moroto, and we are now moving to get to Karenga, and also be able to. So when we have all that, what are we using that for? You pass certain parts of the country, most especially in eastern Uganda and northern Uganda, and people have decided to put the cassava or maize on the road and that's the best they can use that road for. But also, nobody is explaining to them the reaction that can take place that can affect our health, we who are going to consume that food. So now we must change our culture as a country. While those ones are able visibly to put on the cassava on the roadside, or the maize, or whatever they do, some put even coffee, some put go and dry food around on the roadside. Yet it's not meant for that. The way people are also using internet. So it's our mindset, it's our culture. We must change this. So while on internet, others are posting what is not pleasing Honorable Sarah as a parent and others, it is our responsibility to tell them how best to use that internet. But let's also appreciate those who have used it to market their products. Those who have used it to give guidance. Motivational speakers have also taken advantage. But most importantly, we should encourage people to use this to be able to add income, to generate income, to employ themselves. Most especially people who have young children, the parents. If you are working from home, that means you have time for your children, and which is an issue which is affecting us and taking us in the wrong direction in terms of national guidance. So it's the responsibility of government and also the people who are using, and those of you who are professionals. So as you talk about governance, it comes as responsibility all the way from government up to the lowest person who should take advantage of this. So I'm here to say, please, as we complain, we should put together our heads and efforts to make sure the internet is used, that road is used. Then BIA is a road. It's a road, but it's invisible, but it's a road. So we use it profitably for the individual who has access to it. But also as we struggle as government to also make sure we bring down the cost of internet, but also the cost of the gadgets, so that we maximize, if you remember in economics, the economies of scale. The more users, the better. So that means the impact will be big. So that we stop posing more of the figures and the kilometers, and we look more on the side of the impact. So, the wisdom of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was able to see ahead of us. That's why he brought the information and telecommunications technology coupled with the national guidance. I think he foresaw that this would happen where people would misuse these gadgets to do what Honorable Sarah has talked about. So that's why we have the responsibility of national guidance. By the way, it's more difficult than the other side of information, because it can be eroded in a minute, and it will leave us with nothing, and it will leave us as with a community with no values, and our values are entrenched in the Constitution. But apart from the Constitution, we all have our African culture, which has values and virtues. And when it comes also to the religion, we also have our values and virtues. But technology is eroding it. But how do we turn this technology to actually help us in this? So as Minister of ICT, we are finalizing the national guidance policy, but at the same time, we're also now concluding issues to do with the guidelines on our communication, so that we are able to communicate and communicate in a right way. So of the 58.3 million active device connections, 20.3 million are smartphones, 24.7 million are future phones, and 13.3 million are basic phones. A governance framework designed for smartphone user addresses a minority of Ugandans, leaving out the majority. So policy written in Kampala for Kampala handsets will miss out most of the country. So it's our responsibility to bring everybody on board by reducing the taxes and also making internet cheap, but also making the phone, making the gadgets be more valuable, be more useful in attending to the challenges that are faced by the ordinary people in their day-to-day activities, especially activities that are to deal with the increasing income at household level. So now that brings in the issue of AI. So when we are talking about AI, we're always talking about AI in the abstract, but we should begin explaining AI at the level where the ordinary person should be able to understand, including in the local language. I've kept talking about this, and every day whenever I have meetings in my office, even writing, I'm telling the commissioner who has been here and the team in the ministry, let's find solutions to what affects the ordinary person. Now, as we talk, we have our last mile, the PDM program. Now, that PDM program, we are faced with challenges. We've registered the successes we have seen, but we need to put in a lot of efforts in terms of the quality, productivity, but also connecting the market to the producer without being cheated by the middlemen. Usually they are middlemen, they are not women. That much, you know. So, when we talk about AI, you have seen how China has transformed. They don't study English. Everything is studied in their local language. But what did what did they use the AI for? They used it to find solutions to their challenges in terms of fighting poverty. That's why they were able to bring 60 million people in 3 years from poverty to the money economy. So, we all come from different tribes here, different languages, but our people are faced with the same challenge. It's an agriculture-based economy. We have issues with our animals, or we have issues with the crops. So, for Sarah, who comes from the millet growing community, we need a smartphone on that village where somebody should be able to take a picture and use the app, and the person should be told what the problem is with that millet. In the local language, in Japadola, how do we call the millet in Japadola? Corn is the food, but the millet itself. Kalo? Kal, yes. Kal, yes. So that the farmer, we can even have one smartphone per village, bought by government. And then, when that happens, and the farmer is told the challenge with that millet, then they direct that person where the solution lies. And they will be told, go to this shop on this street in Tororo municipality, and then buy the pesticides are this. Then the person goes to the shop. When he gets to the shop, even takes a picture. And the AI should be able to tell the person whether it's the right pesticide for that crop, whether the manufacturer didn't play tricks, or whether the seller has not played the tricks. Then even informs this local person in what quantities to mix with what, when should this person spray, at what interval, when is it at midnight or in the morning, and then the person does it. Then he goes back with the same phone to take a picture after a certain duration, and is told that, you know, the crop is now safe. You'll be harvesting in this period. And when he's harvesting, takes a picture and is told the person with the best price is Sandy so, and this is the contact. Then he calls that person, and the person comes to buy. Or the government has this serious center in this place. Take your serious center and it will be able to earn you so much. Or we have so many different serious centers, then it chooses the one offering the best price. So let's make it competitive. And these are things that can be done. But as we go into that, there is also what we have to do as government. we must also do as government. We must provide electricity. We must provide power, because AI is calling us as government and private sector to put up data centers and strengthen the legislation to do with cyber security. You have already discussed here that you would love Ugandans to be able to have access, but also be sure of cyber security and have confidence in the whole system. Of course, for us, we shall reap as politicians. The more we work, and there is a lot of confidence, that will be confidence in the NRM government. But we must demonstrate. So now the confidence is going to move from other things and now come into technology. So it calls us as government to put more resources into investing in electricity, investing in power, investing in all energies, so that we have the mix to be able to provide and have power for all of these data centers. Because we have so many tribes, we have so many languages, over 52. So it means that translation must be done in the different languages so that everybody is comfortable in their own village to be able to use AI in a meaningful way. So that you can even take a picture of a child who is sick, and then you are told this child's problem is this, and the child is taken to, and even wear the right medication. So as you talk of people who are going to be unemployed, it is not only those who you are talking about, even those in the medical profession. AI is going to find solutions to all of this. But as all of that goes on, there is what we have that cannot be removed from us. We are the second country in this world with organic soil, next to Argentina. But how are we utilizing it? We are now instead building houses. Everybody who gets some money runs to buy land, build a house in Kampala or Wakiso or Mukono. So now we have exited, we filled up Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono. We have now run to Uyukwe. We are running to Mpiji. We are running to all sorts. We must also now look at also other sectors. How do we maximize so that we don't remove all the land to stop having organic food? You know, I'm talking to majority people who are young, who would want to go for fast food instead of organic food. But we come to pay at a much later stage. So that calls for a whole government approach to all of these issues. I wanted to bring out that. So when she was talking about TikTok, as of March 2026, you know, the data is generated after every 90 days. TikTok leads with 10.8 million users, followed by WhatsApp with 9.9 million users, and YouTube with 6.5. That means the percentage in these people who are using these platforms properly are actually very minimal. And it's causing challenges, not only eroding our values, but it is also causing mental problems, because people are on these platforms instead of resting, instead of sleeping, and this sparks issues to do with the brain. And soon we shall have increase in mental illness because of technology. So you people who are professionals in this, please bring your ideas so that you can make money. Don't live for people from outside the borders of Uganda, borders of East Africa, borders of Africa, to be the ones now to bring solutions to this. You went to school, you are professionals. Bring your ideas, negotiate with government so that you are now the gate to this, to be able to this far, to be able to bring out what is useful to the community, and what's not useful in the community is not taken to the eyes of or ears of the user. Because people are misusing, but we don't have that. And now we have set it out that please bring a solution to this so that you make money. Once you make money, the money will remain here. You'll even be able to employ more others and even invest in other areas. So we have 61.6 million registered SIM cards, of which 47 0.5 million are active on a 90-day basis. Like I've said, that's when the research is done. So, what is the economic stake? 2.37 billion mobile money transactions in the quarter, across 37.7 million active subscriptions. Connectivity is now payment infrastructure. Whatever interrupts it interrupts household income. So, we must also work together to make sure these interruptions stop. And we are now working as government, the whole of government approach, to have the utility corridor. Because you see, once these have laid the cables, those now for national water come and disrupt. Once we've laid the cables, those of works, roads come and disrupt. Now we always have these days a challenge along the Chira-Gayaza road. But once we have a utility corridor, everybody will use that as the pipe to connect whatever service of utility they have to send to the different communities. So we are working to make sure we bring this to the end. But also, useful information I want to share with you that just last week, we launched an update on the National Information Security Framework, which we called NISF 2026. But this introduces and enhances cybersecurity assessment tools and strengthening governance requirements and sets minimum baseline standards. So I call on you, please take advantage of this so that we build more and more confidence in the services that are offered. So what did the judgment remove? Honorable has raised the issue of the legislative gap, especially the core of this address should be here, because this is where most of the worry is. What the judgment removed, section 23, 26, 27, 29 of the Computer Misuse Act, together with section 11 on unauthorized access, interception and recording, and section 162 of the Penal Code Act. But my commissioner must have told you that we are addressing this, and within 3 months, we should have gone through cabinet and come to you as parliament. The consultations with the different stakeholders has gone on, actually came and found it is now the first parliamentary council that is concluding. Bring it back, then we move to the next steps. But I want to say, when you are called upon, please to come and participate, come and participate. Because this is a new area where we are legislating. The current law is weak because at the time they made it, it was strong. But because technology keeps changing every minute, we need to up our game, and we are trying that. So we may bring what at that time may have required that you ought to have changed maybe 2 days ago, and we may not go back because again you will lose out on time. It will require going ahead, but with the support of everybody. And we shall continue improving because we cannot live outside the world. We have to be in the world. And in the technology world, time is of essence. So we are not going to return the same provisions with the same defects and a different, so we shall do it differently. And even when we came in the ministry, we also had to interact with the Attorney General's office to make sure we now even bring in the current, because time has changed, also different other things have changed. So when we are talking about the test of the new law and what it must meet, a limitation must be prescribed by law, serve a legitimate aim, and be necessary and proportionate in a democratic society. The court applied this. The court applied this and it was brought to our attention, but we decided not to appeal because we realized we needed to be able to make adjustments to suit what we would call, or to suit and fit in a democratic society, and be able to also make reference to all the international and African Charter on human and people's rights, especially with the issues to do with technology. So we should not quote the past, but look at the current to be able to fit in the future, with the projection in the future. When it comes to artificial intelligence, we're also working so hard so that we bring a policy, because this is a new area and it's moving, it is with us, it is with you, but we must bring a new policy because it is going literally to overtake everything. So the AI Readiness Assessment Report was validated with UNESCO on the 26th of May 2026 at Hotel Africana, bringing together government, academia, the private sector, civil society, and development partners. So I want to call on members, private sector, we call you non-government actors, members of parliament, a whole arm of government, even the judiciary, and we in the executive must work together to make sure AI is a big advantage to us, not a disadvantage. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you and say please continue. Our doors are open to work with you, and also make this part, the technical part of the ministry, overshadow the political part of the ministry, because you are the ones who can set and place Uganda in the most useful place in the world for us to be able to compete. When it comes to this ministry, most people look at the spokesperson, because that's political, but there is the technical bit that carries the solution, to the challenge we are faced with. Committee of ICT, thank you. Most of you are professionals. Those who are not professionals, I was looking at your CVs. You have been people who have been in this area. So we shall work together. Even members who are not members of the ICT, it is our responsibility to ICT everybody, but also carrying with us national guidance. I thank you so much. You have already forgotten. Clap loudest.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those wise words. The Minister mentioned that previously she had preferred to be the Chief Whip, but you can be the Chief Whip of the Internet Governance and whip it into order. And please note that we have a lot of innovators here. We had someone from Sunbird AI. They are doing translations, which you said is still an issue, up to 30 languages. There's someone who has built another AI for government, and it is helping people to access public services, get all the information they need in just one platform. Now I'd like for us to move to the next item. We are going to go into breakaway sessions. The guys staying here will have a session on cybersecurity, which is one of the biggest issues we are facing here in Uganda. And then we'll also have a breakaway session for the parliamentary track in another room. And also there is a tent outside where we are doing a hackathon. Those who like to go visual, please engage in that as well. So we can have the guys from for the session on navigating cybersecurity and the digital trust in the Ugandan context. Panelists, please. Our moderator is Emmanuel Mugabe. I don't know if he's here. Other panelists, Johnson Tumsime, Mr. Fred, Trevor Baron Omudu, and Maurice Taremo. Please take center stage. Now for the parliamentary track, it's in another room called Forest. Yeah, the Forest. There's a room called Forest. That's another. Yeah. So right after those sessions, we'll then go into lunch. So I expect lunch to be served at exactly 2 p.m. So let's try to catch up with time. All right. Please come forward, guys of. Want to do a photo?
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. For the ladies part of the Build Her Tech program, our room is on the, just out of this door on the left. It's called the Lakeside Terrace Tent. Let's please get moving so that the Honorable Minister can also see what we are building. So ladies, and then if anyone else is interested in seeing how young women are building for other women innovators and entrepreneurs, you're welcome to join us in the same room. Just outside of this door on your left, it's called the Lakeside Terrace Tent. Thank you very much.
So guys, let's have the panel right here for cyber security. You've checked their site? So now this one can be same, can migrate from the other side. So this one can stay here now. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's fine. The other side. No. Yeah, just then we'll take a mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll give it about 1 minute for everyone to settle in. Whoever needs to move or go to another session can do so. All right, so we're going to start it off. Hello, everyone, once again. My name is Mugabe Manuel. I'm going to be the moderator for this particular panel session. And we're looking at navigating cybersecurity and digital trust in Uganda's digital journey. A lot has been said since morning, so we all have an idea about Uganda's digital journey, where we are, and what the key issues are. So to join me on this panel, I have a very good team of panelists. I'll start from my right and then move all that side. So we have Johnson Tumusime, who is the senior manager, governance and risk at the National Information and Technology Authority, Uganda. That's NITAU. NITAU is the regulator for cybersecurity, e-government, and other technology-related aspects around public sector. Johnson, you're welcome. Then we have Fred Drapari from the Defenders Protection Initiative, DPI. DPI runs a very good cybersecurity service for communities, and they're very good at communicating cybersecurity in as simple way as possible and most impactful, especially around digital rights. You're welcome to the panel. We have Trevor Baron Omudu, who's a cybersecurity engineer with Renu. Renu is an ISP, and they provide internet services to academic institutions. They also have a strong cybersecurity team in there, so we'll be happy to hear from him. Then we have Miss Bonita Mlelengi from the Personal Data Protection Office, where she serves as the enforcement officer. And last but not least is my president, Mr. Maurice Taremwa, who is the president for ISACA Kampala chapter. ISACA Kampala chapter are drivers of digital trust by ensuring that we have the right professionals across information system audit, risk, governance, data protection and privacy as well. Maurice, you're welcome as well. Great. So given that we have to catch up with time, I'll go straight to engage with the panelists. Then we'll also have a little time for Q&A. So I'd like to start with Maurice, given the seat that you have around driving digital trust at ISACA Kampala chapter. The word digital trust can be understood by many people in so many different ways. So from your perspective, what is your take on digital trust? What does it mean to you in the space that we're in?
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for your question, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from ISACA Kampala chapter. We are a community of information systems and information technology professionals in the pursuit of digital trust. So that's a wonderful question. What is digital trust? In simple terms, it's the confidence that you and I have in the integrity of our relationships and transactions in the digital ecosystem. Basically, the trust is the outcome, but the input in there is how reliable is our system, how available is our digital ecosystem. And when we talk of digital ecosystem, it's as simple as the phone that you use, the ATM that you use, the mobile money platform that you use, the platform you use to chat with your friends. That is all a digital ecosystem. So the confidence that you have in its integrity and of the relations and transactions really is what digital trust is. And I'm happy to say that ISACA has authored a digital trust ecosystem framework where we can be able to have a repeatable and reliable standard for us to measure the quality and security and reliability of our digital ecosystems. In brief, that's what I would say, Emma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice. I like how you put digital trust together. Now to bring in a gentleman from DPI. If you can tell us from your experience when it comes to communicating digital trust to the communities and designing cybersecurity awareness initiatives like you've been doing, how effectively do you go about that, and why is it important, especially to some internet users who are using internet for the first time or getting to use the internet for the first time in rural areas and urban areas? There's a mix of communities. So how do you organize cybersecurity awareness to achieve that digital trust?
Thank you so much. I like how my colleague has ably broke down definition for digital trust. But from our context, working with a lot of grassroots communities and civil society, for you to say achieve this digital trust, it is simply not going to be through the laws that we have, the policies that we have, but to achieve digital trust, you need to make sure that the end user actually understands the risks, let's say, for example, in cybersecurity, or they're able to make decisions using these digital technologies in a much simpler way. So sometimes now, for example, for a first-time smartphone user, let's say back in those grassroots places where there hasn't been a lot of access to, let's say, technology, you need to break down, let's say, cybersecurity into simple terms. Yeah. For example, I liked the first, the other panel that happened before us. I mean, when they were speaking to you, some of you had those words of phishing, whaling, but for a first-time smartphone user, I don't think you're going to start explaining to them things like starting with phishing, whaling. But if you came down and told them about mobile money frauds, those messages people keep sending around, Jumia anniversaries, win iPhone 15. I mean, it would a lot more simply break it down for them to sort of understand you clearly, and then by this they could be able to build, let's say, a more digital trust. So for you to achieve digital trust in those small communities, yeah, I broke it down to about 5 steps. Practical steps that you could do. Yes, I just mentioned one. I said start with those real life things that associate to those people down there. Yeah, the mobile money fraud, the fake jobs, and so on, because that is what is going on right now. Yeah, and then also communicating to them about these things in relation to digital trust and cybersecurity. You need to stay as simple as possible, and in fact, maybe bring this to as low as some of the community platforms they have, let's say local radio stations. Maybe during some of those community dialogues is when you can talk to them about some of these issues in relation to the digital trust. And then third step, I will be talking about how you shouldn't flood people with a lot of information. It will be a little bit harder for someone to understand digital trust if you introduce them to like 1,000 things of digital trust. But if you just started with a few elements of how they can safeguard their digital ecosystems, maybe start with as simple things like lock your phone before you move into things of encryption, and then you're bringing maybe those terms like the whaling and so on. So you should break it down to simple terms and make them as few as possible. Don't give someone an overhaul of their whole digital system in a few minutes' time. And then fourth is to make some of those awarenesses of cybersecurity or digital security as practical as possible. So when you're talking to someone about the mobile money frauds, it would be good if there's a person, let's say, who has a scenario to share, maybe an experience, and then you can teach them on how they can secure themselves, maybe aspects of, let's say, you need to change your PIN to look like this, not your birthday, something like that. Like, make it as practical as possible. And lastly, it would be nice to always form a system like a network of support, yeah? Maybe nominate a few people who understand you better so that even after you leave, people know who to approach and speak to when it comes to issues to do with digital trust and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fred. That's very good that you're communicating these incidents, but also bring out the stories so that the first-time user can be able to relate to what they do. Thank you for that. So riding on top of that, and to come to Trevor, based on the frauds he's talked about, and also from your insight at Renu, and also as the cybersecurity professional, which sectors do you think are the most affected when it comes to cybersecurity? And from your view, how prepared are they to respond?
Okay, thank you. So definitely the most affected areas right now are the financial sector, the banking sector, very, very critical aspects that are very much affected by the attacks that we get. But that aside, we also have the education sector as well. So those two, the education sector partnered with the health sector, of course, because attackers look for, their end game is two things. One of the speakers earlier said is the end game is always money. So once an attacker has infiltrated your system, at the end of the day, it will be a ransomware attack, so he'll need money. Or it could be just disorganizing your reputation. So those are the two critical sectors that deal with one, critical information, and move critical information around. So the financial sector up there, topmost, really, really affected. Then we come into the health and education sector as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You've touched quite a number of them. The three topmost had financial, health sector, but also banking. So I think money is what touches people the most. And also banking, which you talked about, and health. Good enough we have someone representing the regulator here too. So we'll start with Johnson from NITA Uganda. So NITA is one of the key agencies that are pushing and driving digital transformation through e-services. And we see a lot of transformation going on around e-services, and also see innovation coming in to make the services much easier. So how would you balance the need for innovation versus security and privacy? From the regulator's side, how do you balance that, aware of the threats that Trevor has talked about?
Thank you very much, our moderator today. Greetings, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the National Information Technology Authority, where I come from. So I'll straight away go to the question. So of course, the risks that we face as regulators is the fact that we are seen as people who are policemen. So we're trying to hinder innovation by some of the things that we do, and that's usually the first impression when a regulator comes into your environment. You think they are going to stop you, but however, we have slowly come up with innovative ways where we can foster innovation, but still keep the regulation ongoing. One of the key things is carrying out what we call risk-based regulation. That means that by the time we come into your environment to do regulation, we have sort of like classified different initiatives or innovations based on the risk appetite. So if you have critical systems that basically like say the financial, we've got some feedback here from the financial sector, education, health sector. These are considered critical systems. Now, those ones can be highly regulated in terms of innovations. So, but then others that are really less critical, where you're just probably dealing with less exposure to, let me say, like data privacy, we would minimize the requirements for compliance around such. So when we go with a risk-based way of regulating entities and innovators, we do promote innovation and really limit compliance around different areas of specialization and different areas of categorization in terms of technology and in terms of scale of the entities. One of the other things that we would do is encourage privacy by design as a regulator, or security by design. That means that we would foster innovators to ensure that as they design these new innovation systems or softwares, they ensure that they embed cybersecurity. From the time you sit with a business analyst who's going to understand your requirements, please consider cybersecurity. We don't want the cybersecurity component to come in at the last end. And we're doing this through several processes. We have the National Information Security Framework, which is one of our key frameworks that try to audit these particular processes on how systems and softwares are developed across government. Then one of the key initiatives that we are doing right now is the the call for collaboration between government and private sector. Now we know that most of the people in the innovation space are more on the private sector side. So primarily, initially, we were more focused on government innovations, government regulations, but when we talk about innovations, the things and systems that the young people are coming up with, they are more on the private sector side. So we are now embedding that requirement and crossing over from government into private sector, and we have actually been having discussions that have considered areas like developing standards for SMEs around cybersecurity, and SMEs are not necessarily government entities. So 3 things for me. The first one is going to be the collaboration, then the risk-based regulation, and then the third one is the cybersecurity by design in all these innovations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnson. Privacy by design, one of the things I've also captured from your submission. Thank you. Riding on top of that, I wanted to ask the audience, how many have interacted with the Personal Data Protection Office, PDPO? Or how many are aware about PDPO? Great. So Bonita, 5 years in, one of the youngest regulators on the scene here in Uganda. What has been the experience between what the law says and reality? In Uganda, we say for foot soldiers, go ground. What is the reality? For example, we are here, we don't say privacy notice for how we are operating. So what has been the experience? Tell us really. The law is clear, but what is the reality on ground 5 years down the road?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So one of the largest challenges, I suppose, in contrast of having legislations or having a regulator, is having the laws that define what the parameters for compliance and what not, and what actually happens on ground. Being a lawyer by profession, also I'm aware that when we study a bunch of laws in law school, but when you come to the practice of the law, it's significantly different. And some of the challenges include, from the standpoint of the regulator, is that the law is new. This law was passed in 2018. This office was established in 2021, so we're only 5 years in. And we're trying so much to do awareness campaigns and have training sessions. We have monthly webinars to create awareness for the people for whom this legislation applies to, which is really all of us. So you then have a period, you have to have a time frame of doing a lot of groundwork of awareness and sensitization before you start dealing with compliance and enforcement. So when we go on the ground, and by show of hands, when people ask, when you asked how many people know about the office, I possibly counted maybe 10 people. I don't think I can count on my hands more than 10 people that lifted their hands when that question was asked, which now tells you the distinction between what the reality is, that there's a legislation in place, it's in its nascent stages, and it has an office that it's still underfunded and has few staff. So the reality is you have the legislation. We're trying as much as possible to create awareness, and we thank you for this opportunity because it's also a chance for us to create awareness. But the practice of the law is something that we are going to try and see that is enforced, because we've done for the past three or 4 years, we've done sufficient awareness, I suppose, and it's now time for us to come and check for compliance and enforce that compliance. So in terms of the reality, the other steps that we are taking, you see we have a couple of decisions that have come out. We have some convictions that have arisen out of the Data Protection and Privacy Act of offenses they are under. Famously, if you go to our website, you will see that we had interactions with some big corporations which should make the news for us. And so we are working towards the reality of the practice of the law itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonita. Kudos. For those in the room, today morning I saw online that WhatsApp has now finally implemented the recommendations that were given by PDPO Uganda, and that was a good move for Uganda, but it also rang a loud bell across the whole of Africa that regulators can work. So if you're Uganda here and you want WhatsApp, you're going to start seeing enforcement. So, WhatsApp is going to start sending you to accept new terms, because your terms are now different for Uganda based on the work that PDP is doing. Thank you so much. So riding on top of that, coming back to Maurice, from the Heart at Where at Isaka, what are the top three threats that come off mind that could affect our digital transformation journey? You had the remarks from the minister and all. We are geared up properly. This is proper transformation is clear. So what are the top three threats that you see could cause those speed humps along the journey for Uganda?
Thank you very much, Emma. From the previous discussions, there was some concentration on the 10-fold program, the 2040 vision, and this has a lot to do with the increasing household income, but let's bring it closer to personal income beyond the household. Because you can be 6 in the household, 5 have good income. If you're the 6th without, it will not mean a lot to you. So one of the top threats I see is actually to do with, or how we could look at this. And coming from Isaka, like you said, but I've also spent some time in the financial services sector. Social engineering has always been a tricky issue. And what I mean here is that us as human beings, we are very intuitive, we have initiative, we can, think on our feet, but the scale of this has been compounded by artificial intelligence. In other words, today, someone can get your photo and make it dance, right? And make you say some things. So if you have powers to approve transactions, someone can send a video of you to some other person giving them instructions. And depending on how much awareness, for example, they've got from DPI, they might actually act on that. So AI, to be technical, AI-enabled social engineering is really one of the top threats. These days, you cannot be sure. We've talked about TikTok. You can't be sure about what you're seeing on TikTok, because you can now give a whole speech. You can find a whole speech, a scene acted out. I think you saw one of someone tried out some leaders that we know, and they were throwing, what were they? Who saw it? Those who know the glass that holds whiskey on the table. And these are 2 people that are supposed to be in 2 different political camps, but someone's depicting them as sharing a drink and actually maybe betting over some result of an LC election or so. So that's a very key threat. The other threat I see is that we are increasingly mobile. I mean, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable MPs have talked about the phone and how rather than talk to one another, we are on the phone. So it's now that simple to attack someone, to compromise someone. It's as personal as a phone now. Before, security was about, do we have a guard at the door? But now, security is as personal as, do you know which Wi-Fi hotspot you actually logged on to? If I come here and create one, Bonvoy Marriott with 1 T, can you tell the difference? And no password, Or I make the password the same, conf 2026, and you log on to my hotspot. Are you sure you are in the official one? So the surface for attacks, for compromise, is no longer out there. It's in your pocket. And that is something to worry about. The third threat I see is many of us, we are now so used to software as a service. In other words, you no longer need a server at your head office, at home, to host a certain application. You simply subscribe to a certain platform and, like ready, good to go. But the question is, most of us are all subscribing to the same guy. The person that is running our data centers is the same guy. Not so. Okay? You can count them, I can count them off my fingers here. People who provide infrastructure services. Less than my 5 fingers, actually. So that gives you concentration risk. What happens when one of them is compromised? What happens when one of them goes down? I think you are all here when that update was rolled out and the world was in a state of emergency. Right? That's how vulnerable we are. That's the kind of threat we are seeing, to mention but 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was busy timing how long it will take for someone to mention AI. And it took about 20 minutes. So you broke that. But yes, the threats, AI, mobility, and also the concentration risk, which is very real. So I just wanted to quickly touch base with you. From on ground, the trainings you've been doing, just give us one. What's the most dangerous online habit you have seen among the trainings you've done in the communities? Sorry. What's the most dangerous habit you've seen from the trainings that you've done so far in the communities you've engaged? What's affecting these first-time smartphone users more and more?
Okay, Mike, again, he just touched on it. So when he was speaking about how AI has enhanced how some of these cybersecurity things have been taking place, I was busy thinking about some term. I didn't want to say it because we agreed that we are using simpler terms. So he spoke about how there were 2 people from different parties together, yeah? So I'm going to call those deep fakes, yeah? From the AI side. So, but now with AI, it's so easy to convince people nowadays. And for a first-time smartphone user, let's say on the ground, they're probably going to just believe almost everything they see, yeah? Actually, I think I didn't get a chance to see that video he talked about, but a lot of people first believed it. I think it was like a topic at some point all over social media or something like that. So deepfakes is one of the biggest things that we're having right now. And where deepfakes have come from is also from that aspect of something that someone from the previous session talked about called phishing, the fraudulent messages that people used to get and all that, used to convince you into believing that something is true, yeah? But again, also with the same AI that he's talking about, nowadays, these messages can be crafted even more convincing and more relatable to you. So I think that's, for me, one of the biggest things that I'm seeing on ground right now. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just to piggyback on, Maurice mentioned something about concentration risk. So there's something that happened. It might have affected some of you. It affected me about 4 weeks ago. There's a time when MTN was off. Then all of a sudden you couldn't use a credit card facility. It was on a Sunday. And so one data center went down and 3 different companies were affected uniformly across the country. So that was more of a facility issue. However, what if that was a cyber attack, right? So but concentration risk. So based on that scenario, what if, Trevor, how do you rate our experience in Uganda in terms of information threat sharing? How do you think we're doing? Are we good at it? Are we sucking at it? How are we doing as a country? Given that example, what if it was a cyber attack?
Okay, thank you. I think currently one of the biggest weaknesses as a country that we are facing in the different sectors is threat intelligence, sharing amongst the various sectors. I think it would go a long way if sectors would stop working in silos and actually embrace these, because I think a good defense in cybersecurity is as good as the threat intelligence you have. If you do not have threat intelligence, very, very formidable threat intelligence, attacks are going to come your way and they are going to get you off guard. So one of the vital things in, I think it's actually the fourth layer of the MATS one-man hierarchical, the incident response hierarchical needs. So we really need to improve as a country in that aspect. I think UCC tries to do it, especially for those bodies that it tries to work with. But generally speaking, I think we should expand more and share threat intelligence amongst different sectors. So given that in case, say, your organization A gets an incident, maybe a new malware strain has attacked your organization, organization B hasn't yet heard about it, but just imagine you share that kind of threat intelligence with organization B about the new malware strain that has infected their infrastructure. Just imagine a mile away, these guys will have gone. So of course they'll now start adjusting their detections and their detection engines to basically mitigate such a particular malware strain. So one thing we should not forget is that our cybersecurity defenses in our various organizations are as good as the threat intelligence we get. So we should always make sure to have that. So currently most people are pulling threat intelligence feed from very many open source pools. But on top of that, we should really go ahead and share amongst different sectors. We shouldn't really work in silos. But in brief, to answer your question, I think the country, it will get there eventually, but currently threat intelligence is a journey I think we are just at the beginning of as a country, Uganda.
Thank you so much. I think you've dodged my question. You said we shall get there. So I can just imagine where we are right now. So riding on that, I want to come to Johnson, then I'll go to Bonita. From Johnson, you've heard about the emerging threats. Yesterday, I saw OpenAI was testing out an AI agent that were training on how to hack into systems. But this agent was locked in a test bed environment. However, the bot escaped those controls and went out live and hacked into a company. That's a real cyber attack. So these are emerging threats. So based on the city where you are, Nita, how are you approaching it from the protection? How are you going about balancing these emerging threats? Everyone is using AI. I'm sure everyone in this room here today has used AI already in one way or another. So how are you balancing these emerging threats versus security requirements from where you sit?
That's a tough one. Even like from where you started by threatening us with something that just happened. So of course, as government, from where we sit, one of the things that we're trying to do is create safe spaces, what we call sandboxes, for innovators. So what we're trying to encourage, we're currently setting up a cybersecurity center of excellence at the Uganda Institute of Technology in Nakawa. That's where the national ICT hub is. So that particular center of excellence is going to have particular sandboxes that would be used for testing these different innovations. So one of the key controls that we're putting in place is to have safe environments for testing these new technologies or emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, Internet of Things, before we actually launch them into the market or into usage by the citizens. So we know with these sandboxes we can test in safe spaces where of course the particular sandboxes we are creating in environments that are not exactly accessible to live or production systems. So it's a bit impossible to have a hack within a sandbox. But we're setting up this center to be able to allow innovators come and test their solutions, and from there we shall be able to certify them as ready for use. So that is how one of the initiatives we are doing to take care of the risks of emerging technologies that we may not have control of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the spirit of collaboration, because from what you're saying, I see NITA collaborating with UICT to make this center, cybersecurity center of excellence, available. Will it be open to public for people who want to come and test as well?
Yes, it's going to be open. That's why we're putting it in an academic institution where you have students, collaborators. We have the National ICT Hub, which hosts a number of innovators, and we've had so many startups come from there. So that particular integration and collaboration is to basically house, you have this space for innovation, then you also have the space for testing the products that the innovators are coming out. Then, of course, given that it's an academic institution, we have students, partners, we'll have technological partners there. So it's going to be open to the public, open to government, and there's also a very key feature of capacity building, where we're going to build capacity for government, technical people to have cybersecurity specific skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So please stay tuned up. We'll come to the question and answer session. I wanted to quickly touch with Bonita, then I'll come back for a quick Q&A. From Bonita's side, 5 years in, we see most of the people that are complying are banks, government agencies, and large enterprises. Now, for the small enterprises, SMEs have about 5 to 6 employees in that space. How are you helping? How have you seen their compliance journey, and how is the PDPO reaching out to bring them into the fold of regulation? Because they were talking about digital trust, and if we have SMEs not complying, then we don't have the same level of play for digital trust.
So we have about, from our annual, we also prepare our annual compliance report in terms of what it is that we've been able to achieve and our mandate under the law. And for our report for the period of 2023 to 2024, which was produced in April of 2025, the private sector is still leading in terms of compliance with the office at 58.9%. Unfortunately, we do not have the disaggregated data as to the SMEs versus the large corporations. But in terms of registration to date, we have over 13,000 entities that are registered. And as I said, most of those players are from the private sector, and we don't necessarily have that data for the SMEs. For awareness and ensuring that compliance is happening, again, we're talking about trust. If people do not trust that this law works, that the office is executing its mandate, especially in the digital realm, we will not be able to have innovation and develop. So we have monthly webinars that we conduct every Thursday. Say for today, we've not been able to have the one today, but every last Thursday of the month we have webinars, and those webinars are largely attended by people from businesses, from SMEs mostly. And then we conduct compliance clinics that we have in the different locations that we go to. Registration and compliance is not only based in Kampala or Central region. We go all around the country, driving the message of compliance, but also awareness about the legislation and conducting trainings. We have, I think, actually the legislation, we have a version of Braille of the legislation to ensure that we are including everyone. I'm actually incredibly amazed by that there's someone conducting sign language. So I think for us going forward, it's also something to consider, that when we go out and conduct those trainings, that we have someone translating what we're saying to everyone, so that we ensure inclusion for compliance and build trust within the digital realm. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is quite a good trail that you're doing. Trevor Leon talked about threat intelligence and the situation analysis. So I'm managing the threat intelligence in the room for between us and lunchtime, so that we comply. So I also want to give you quickly 1 minute, everyone, to tell us if you had one priority, assuming you were in the shoes of the minister who was here. Just assume, what would be one priority that you'd set for cybersecurity in Uganda, and why? Briefly. So we'll start with Johnson, and then we'll move. So what one priority would you push for and why to improve cybersecurity in Uganda?
Thank you, Emmanuel. For me, one of the key priorities I would push for in a very strategic position, I won't mention the position you've warned us, so would be to build a national cybersecurity resilience culture for all Ugandans across the board. I would want to see a Uganda that has cybersecurity professionals that are actually skilled. I'd want to see organizations that implement cybersecurity and data protection and privacy as a priority, and cybersecurity for them, for organizations, should not be an IT issue. It should be more of a governance issue. I'd want to see such a country. I'd want to see a citizen who understands their rights and responsibilities on how they use technology. And with that collaborative effort between organization, government, and citizens themselves, would build our cybersecurity resilience as a country. Remember, the reason why I would want to incorporate both the citizens and government and even the organizations, because citizens at the end of the day are the users. And in cybersecurity, you know that you can be exposed at any level of access of your system. So if you have a user who doesn't understand how to use the application that you built responsibly, they expose essentially everyone. So if we have that consolidated drive and strategy that incorporates, that has everyone working towards what they're supposed to do, then we'd have a cybersecurity resilient country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From Trevor.
Yeah, I know you asked for one. I don't know if you'll allow me to give two.
One.
Okay. Yeah, I think a cyberware Uganda, that would be the top of my list. We need a cyberware Uganda where every Ugandan is aware of cybersecurity, the risks involved, and the importance of it. The reason is humans will always be the weakest link in this chain. We may say it's the applications we develop, etc., but humans will always be the weakest link. So if they do not know what to do, then they're going to actually affect the organizations they work for and their lives at large. So for me, it's having a cyberware Uganda. We have more trainings, more awareness, and the reason is because humans are the weakest link in this chain. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. To Maurice.
Thank you, Manuel. I associate myself with what the colleagues have spoken to. And in supplement to that, I would advocate for safe space for collaboration in cybersecurity. And what do I mean? He spoke earlier about the fear in sharing threat intelligence. So the hacker that hacks you today does not do much new from the one that was hacked 2 months ago. Just that the other one kept quiet and then waited for your turn. So if we had safe space to probably anonymously share real intelligence, I think that in addition to the skilling and awareness is talked about, that would take us further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maurice?
Mine would be a rapid response system that can be built beyond us who sit in such rooms to community level so that response is faster. I think if I also remember from a morning session when they asked if some of you have been victims of certain digital insecurities, I saw a number of hands. So now mine is in relation to when this happens, how fast can that response be? So more like building a rapid response system that goes beyond just us who work, let's say, in offices to like community levels. So as response is a little bit faster in terms of cyber incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Bonita?
Thank you. I'd like to reference, there was a documentary, I think, on Netflix. I picked this line, if a service is being given for free, you're the product. And that is sadly very true in the digital ecosystem. But so drawing from that, you possibly being the product, and I think there's a gentleman who mentioned about humans being the weakest link, and drawing that in reference to the right to privacy. It is a human right. It is your right as an individual. And you have the power to avoid some of these weaknesses, because again, you're the weakest link, you yourself. Let's forget, there might be other things that we cannot control, but cybersecurity should start with you, to know that one, you have the right to privacy. Two, only you can give as much as you possibly want to be out there. We have a campaign, Bela Kugad, you know. If you're downloading an application, please read and inform yourself about the terms and, or rather the terms of reference, and how much this app will have access to. It can begin with you saying, in as much as I might be the product, I must inform myself and know what I'm getting into. I think especially we've seen with the loan applications. You take one loan and then all of a sudden your entire phone book is harassed for payment of the loan, and information is displayed. So those are some of the things we're trying to fight. But again, you have the right, you control how much you give and how much someone can have access to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bela Kogad, everyone, you've heard that one, be on stage. I just wanted to seek guidance from my co-host. There are like two burning questions I see. We can take the two. There's, pardon? All right, so we have two questions to run, and then we take a lunch. So I have one hand here. Where's the second one? Okay, you've delegated to him. He's our MP today. So we have two hands here. So we'll just go direct to the question and the person that you'd like to ask. Behind the pillar, there is it. So let me take all the three at once.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ahmed Kawes. I think my question goes to all of them. Yeah, it's broad. Personal data protection, right? The lady, I have been subscribing forever, till now. Nita, big guys. I want to ask you something, because this doesn't come to me well. You see, personal data is very important, and the world is now run by data, we all know. And Nita and personal protection data department, you guys are protecting our data, and we subscribe to all of these things. The only thing that really I don't see, you're protecting my data locally, right? What about the data I give out the other side? I was overview. Why don't you help us create a double identity, you, personal data protection, so that our data that we give out of the country, we give them a different data, but we stay with our original data here. It's just a thought. The other thing is, if we are protecting our data, why do you allow other people to store it abroad? You know, I mean, like for a country like China, they don't allow their citizens' data to leave their country. If you want to do something in China, they say, bring your servers here, leave our citizen data within our borders. So we are using Google Maps, and they have all this data about everything, and we are okay with it, but we are saying personal protection, where is the data that is protected if it is already there? So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll ask Bonita to answer that. As he was asking, I saw people nodding their heads. So I think it's touching.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Louis Lukenge Chiza, and I'm a philosopher. So my question is going to our regulator here, NITA Uganda. Maybe also the others could help, and it is so simple. Yes, just like he has pointed out, indeed, we claim that we are protecting our data, but the reality of the fact is that we do not have the infrastructure to have the data within Uganda. How are we really sensitizing the private sector to venture into investing into having the data centers here? Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more hand.
Thank you. Christopher over here. Mine goes to Nitayu and the gentleman from Isaka. So Nitayu highlighted 3 pillars. One is collaboration between government and private sector. And the gentleman from Isaka talked about digital trust. So earlier this year, Nitayu launched Firewall as a Service. And I'm wondering, do you think a firewall that is backed by government would enforce trust between the private sector and the government? Because at some point you feel like government is monitoring everything you're doing. And don't you think that that would increase concentration threats, the ones you highlighted about? Yeah.
Digital trust. So I think we'll start from Johnson, then we'll go to Maurice, then Bonita.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions. One of the key things, even before I get into answering these questions, the moderator just touched it. In cybersecurity, as we talk about collaboration, there must be a level of trust. If you don't trust anyone that you're working with, then you can't actually work with them. Now, speaking to the questions, I'll start with the last question around the firewall as a service. Now, the way we deploy these solutions, even in government, we deploy solutions that the clients or the clients or the ministry or MDA department, the ministry department or agency for government is able to run and manage their own services. There's no difference between the offer that government is giving you with that you would get from a private player. It's basically if you got an OEM who's not government of Uganda and they offer you a service and you trust them because they're a private entity, but then they still allow you to manage your own services. It's the same way that we are doing. We deploy this firewall as a service in that particular issue. The minister talked about the coverage on fiber. We have plans to set up data centers across different regions. So with that, we should be able to host government data within the country and even private data. Then the other key thing that I need to point out, which summarizes most of the questions, is just like we said, the human factor is the biggest weakness. So it becomes your personal responsibility in how you decide to use or expose your personal data. I would encourage you, before you decide to sign up for an online service where you don't even know where the data is being hosted, think about how you would feel if you found this particular information of yours on the streets of Kampala before you actually do it. So as a regulator, as government, we have put policies, guidelines in place that can guide you on some of those risks. But if you, as an individual, do not take the necessary caution on how you utilize these services, it ceases to be our responsibility as government. It becomes your own responsibility, and this is purely a decision on how you as an individual has decided to interact with the different systems or different services that you decide to sign up for. So I think in a nutshell, I have answered most of the questions because most of them were around exposure to personal data, hosting, and what government is doing around regulation of private data outside the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnson. I think mine was to do with the digital trust angle to this. And what I'm going to attempt to do is to apply the ISACA digital trust ecosystem framework to get some closure. So coming from a position of defining digital trust as the confidence in the integrity of the relationship and transactions in that ecosystem, this being firewall as a service, I think we need to examine, the trust is an outcome, but let's examine probably the inputs, and these are the ones. One, you need to have the confidence, or this would be our metrics. You have the confidence that there is integrity in the transactions and in the relationship. In other words, as you run the firewall as a service, which it says you'll be able to manage on your own, you're sure that when you permit certain traffic to go through or block certain traffic, that will be it. There is nothing else to the equation, right? So in there, some of the ingredients are going to be an issue like privacy. So as the service provider, your question would be how are you protecting privacy, or how are you ensuring privacy? How about security, okay? If I'm managing this service myself, meaning I will create a profile for the person that is managing it, how safe is that data? So that when they are managing, tomorrow you don't find yourself in a situation where someone else meets them on the street somewhere and says, so you're the one who is doing this. Meaning that, someone who was not supposed to know got to know something. Then it would also be important to answer issues like redress. When I have a complaint, when I have an issue, how is it going to be sorted? So when we apply that digital trust ecosystem framework, then you will be able now to arrive at the determination yourself, and you'll be able to purchase this service at ease and freely. Because I know, naturally, we tend to trust my neighbor more than we trust the government, because we think it has an ulterior motive. But it may not always be the case, especially if you do not have any ulterior motive to the state, Yeah, usually that's how life works. Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate you for the opportunity.
Okay. Yes, briefly, the question on data protection, particularly the office. I know I'm being rushed, so I'm going to try and summarize this as I briefly can, because the question raises issues regarding our mandate, the applicability of the legislation, and matters to deal with cross-border transfer of data. So, do we protect your data as our mandate? Not necessarily. Our role is to enforce compliance and implement the Data Protection and Privacy Act that puts the burden on persons who collect, control, or process data. But we also have clients. So ultimately, we do protect as far as we collect, control, or process particular data for us to be able to achieve our mandate, receiving complaints and whatnot. So in terms of applicability, the legislation applies to data relating to Ugandan citizens in the country and outside the country. If you look at the recent decision we put out regarding Google, that was one of the things that we were very critical about the application of the legislation, that even if the data relates to Ugandans and businesses that are not located in Uganda are processing or controlling data or collecting data of persons who are citizens in this country, wherever they might be, that legislation still applies to them. So, so that's it on applicability. Now brings in the question of cross-border transfer. The legislation requires two things to happen before cross-border transfer can take place. One, that the data subject has rather one of the two, has either consented to that transfer of the data. Alternatively, that the country to which this data is being transferred to has commensurate legal protection. Why can we not say do not transfer the data at all? We piggyback from the GDPR, which covers most of Europe. The journey to arrive to that legislation, they had to deal with one thing, having data, not having free flow of data. And so they came out with the legislation that says, whatever we do, we should encourage free flow of data, because that's how businesses grow, and that's how we grow as the world in general. So what can we do to ensure that as data is flowing across the border, it is still secure? They still have legislations similar to we have a legislation similar to theirs, that one, you conduct an adequacy assessment, which you have to prove to the office that I have gone to the US, or this particular service provider is maybe registered with whichever applicable data protection legislation, or that they respect the human rights, again, because the right of privacy is a human right, that that data will be safe, and as such, we can trust it. As the office, we also mandated, which we will do at some point to issue in the Gazette countries for which we've conducted adequacy assessments, for which now the people, the controllers, or the people to whom the legislation applies do not have to constantly have to prove to us or conduct that adequacy assessment for themselves or conduct a data transfer impact assessment before it can happen. Why can't we be like China? To be honest, bargaining power. I think that's how I'll cap it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Right now, I don't want to burn your time. Please, let's head out for lunch. You'll go and find the coupons right at the door, and you proceed downstairs. And thank you guys for being able to answer their questions. I request we move faster because the kitchen down wants to close. The kitchen wants to close. Don't blame me.
Anthony, you have the mic? Yes.
Thank you, Moses. My name is Anthony Bwenje. I'm from Top Up Academy. And at Top Up Academy, we do research in the digital space, and we also involve ourselves a lot into EdTech, digital learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ida Bukubuza, and I do work with IDEA Gender and Technology Initiative. We basically work at the intersection of gender and technology to make sure we do accelerate and promote more digital inclusion and leveraging technology to enable more women and girls in this space. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You are with us? Okay. My name is Bart Cornille. I work for Enable, the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation, and I'm the digitalization and innovation expert. So obviously AI is very high on the agenda of Enable.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Penina Susan Igaga, all protocol observed in the room. I serve as the programs manager at the Center for Domestic Violence Prevention, and CEDOVIP in short. CEDOVIP works at the intersect of gender, gender inclusion, digital inclusion, and also policy. So you'll see a lot of conversations coming from us in relation to everything that concerns women and structurally silenced populations and the like. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so as you already aware, a lot of discussion has already taken place as far as AI is concerned in Uganda. We know that AI is making significant trends in terms of penetrating the development sector, but also, shaping the way we live, our local context and values. One of the key concerns, I think, for us right now is to reflect on not just the adoption and the use of AI in a manner, like we're just consumers of AI, but also to reflect on the implications that AI has on, our way of life, on our values, on the jobs that we seek to create, and many aspects of development. So I think our conversation today should really center on that local context, but also try to create a fair balance between what it means for policy, but also human rights, because these are, important issues to deal with. We know the human rights situation is a little bit tricky, but we can still talk about it to some degree. So I would like to start with you, Bart. Basically, you have been in the development sector for quite some time, vast experience, having co-founded organizations in Zambia, had the pleasure of working with you at the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation, doing tremendous work, but also as an expert in Uganda. I would like you to give us a brief snapshot of the opportunities that you see in AI, but also the risk that are inherent with it. But
okay. In the previous session, somebody started the question with saying, I am a philosopher. I'm not a philosopher, but I am a historian. Yeah? I studied history. My first degree is history. So according to me, this AI revolution is really something that is going to change every aspect of our society. And we are just at the start. Yeah? We are just at the very, very, very beginning. So as innovation expert at Enable, even our CEO at Enable was very, very enthusiastic 2-3 years ago about the opportunities of AI. And as a development agency, I mean, obviously, we are working in education, in teacher training, in vocational training. We are working in social protection and tourism and other sectors. So we immediately jumped on that bandwagon from what are the opportunities for us. So one of the things that we did is give courses on the possibilities of AI in education. And well, little to my surprise, actually, teachers in Uganda are already massively using it. So this was a big find for us, that they are using it for lesson preparations, for timetabling, for evaluations, and so forth, and so on. So I think that was not new, but what was new was actually the risks. People are using AI without fully understanding the complications of it. I remember when we showcased the jobs that are about to be lost when we are getting into such full-fledged AI revolution. Historians are, I think, on the list of top 40, we are out of jobs. Teachers are out of jobs. So I'm not saying this is going to happen, but this is like a prediction, or this is people are scared of losing their jobs. And of course, some of these big tech companies are saying, yeah, AI is going to create jobs, but we still have to see about that. But it was mentioned also in the previous session, privacy issues. People are having conversations with AI, and with Claude, it was yesterday in the newspaper, it was all over the internet. So there are huge problems yet to be resolved. Also, they call it what? Hallucinating. AI is hallucinating. So it's not yet fully trustworthy. So over-dependence on AI for teachers or health workers, or, you have to really use your critical thinking, put your mind sharply that is this really true? Is this correct what AI chatbots or agents are saying? So there's a lot that I can talk for hours, but we only have 1 hour. But we have to be very critical. Yes, there are a lot of opportunities, but there are huge risks. And I'm sure policy development and when AI is getting more mature, will help to avoid more risks, and so we can use it for the better, for more efficient work, and so on.
Yeah, thank you. And you touched about education and health, but I would like to come back to you on health later. But I think that let's interrogate a little bit on the aspect of digital education, because if the research is showing that, yeah, we have infrastructural challenges as far as AI is concerned, but also fundamentally, the challenges to do with skills, So if you don't have educators who are skilled and are able to impart on the knowledge to, us and the younger generation, then, the problem widens. So in view of that, Anthony, I don't know if you can talk a little bit on the aspect of digital education, and how do you see the ecosystem as far as digital education and the use of AI is concerned? What does the future look like? And yeah, so what is your state of affairs in terms of gauging?
Thank you, Moses. To answer your question, I think, personally, and also from the research that we have, it is clear that the future is bright, actually. I'm one of those people who believe that we need to introduce AI into education, because the train has already left. You cannot start saying, I don't want you to use AI. But the challenge that I'm having with AI in education, because recently we had a client, he wanted us to work on a learning management system, and he wanted us to incorporate AI so that when someone uploads a document, an assignment, they are automatically assessed by AI. So the challenge that I'm seeing there, we are having a group of people, both educators and also students who want to start applying without actually understanding what AI is. So you find someone is more interested on what AI can do for them, and those are the majority, the learners, but they don't know the implications. People in the morning were talking about these issues. You're just uploading maybe a report with all your biodata, and you just want AI to summarize and maybe give you what the report is all about, but you don't know who accesses that. So for me, it's a good thing. AI is good. We don't have to spend time remembering. It's like now, people who were against calculators when they came, they still wanted mental work. 5 times 5, if you fail, they whip you. But now, why should we go backwards? For me, I think in education right now, when you apply AI, you actually use less time remembering obvious things. Actually, you spend more time on critical thinking. And I would appreciate if people could actually start with understanding what AI is. If you're using AI, how are you interacting with the system? What dangers are there? Because most of our learners, they are becoming too lazy. Actually, we are having laziness enabling AI, where you have a coursework and you want to submit it within 2 days, and you just go and put it in the chatbot, and you get answers. Those are the products we are having. But if you look at AI in education system as a teaching assistant, for instance, or as an editor, you write all your points, then afterwards, you use it to edit. It's really a good thing. So for me, I would appeal to educators to actually start with what matters most. First, understand, like people who did education, you know, there's what we call Bloom's taxonomy. You start with understanding and remembering a few things before you can actually analyze. But people want to start applying without understanding how the whole AI works. So in my view, I think it's a good thing, but we just need to structure it. If you're taking AI in school, don't assume that these people already know something about it. No. Start explaining how actually the machine is learning from them. Talk about issues of privacy. Tell them if you put something actually in AI, you can't take it back.
Yeah.
And there are many people that can access it. Once people get to know that, then they will use AI responsibly. But also tell people that it's not 100% accurate.
Yeah.
Tell them that the data that you get, because most of the AI is foreign, we don't have local data that is enough. So you're likely to get orientation, which is a bit foreign. And it is likely to be subjective. So if you're to take AI and apply it the way you get it, then you're likely to get a problem in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will give the...
Yes. Just one quick announcement. There are some people who are getting lost. We have a parallel session in another room under restless development. So those who are wondering what's happening, the other session are running parallel. There's another in just another room next there, where you can go and follow on what is restless students doing. It is titled Whose Digital Future? Centering Youth, Voices on AI, Online Safety, and Gender Responsive Digital Rights Governance. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you. I will allow Ida to speak, but if you have any question to already throw to Anthony and Bart, even with the little that they have submitted, I'll give you the opportunity to do so after Ida has spoken. Ida, what is fair and responsible use of AI to you, especially in the context of the underrepresented people? Underrepresented people in the sense that who are these people who are currently not using, consuming, or benefiting from the opportunities that AI present, and what can be done about that?
Well, thank you very much, Moses. Again, my name is Ida Bukoboza. That's a very interesting question because before we even talk about AI, for me, I'm going to take what is fair and responsible use. And I'm going to use the same as the platform holds of internet before even going to AI. For me, it is access. You know, being able to access before even probe deeper into AI. These are just other etceteras or, you know, cherry on the cake and icing. But the most common thing is for us to understand what is the fairness of us tapping into the online world. Then we can probe deeper into what AI is. And access, affordability. The previous session talked about, you know, infrastructure, and I think many other sessions have been talking about these things. And most importantly, to borrow from what Anton is talking about and Bati, what they talked about was about literacy or maybe learning. And to just add on learning, oftentimes when we have such forums and conversations, we talk about digital literacy, digital this and this, but there's also a part where we call digital competency. You people who are chance to be in such platforms may have an understanding of what literacy is, but the gap is about competence. So what is fair and trust and maybe to just summarize that comes down to the accessibility. And when it comes to the underrepresentation, I want to borrow what Penina talked about earlier on in the submission of what they do at Seed of a Peak in regards to, you know, inclusion and stuff like that. We hear these things a lot, and looking at this year's theme in regards to the shaping Uganda's digital future and building an inclusive, trustworthy, you know, and sustainable internet is what I'm going to use in the word of fairness, inclusion. And speaking of underrepresentation, I'll speak in terms of gender for this particular matter, where I identify as woman on this panel. Yeah, I'm she, her. So are women able, or other, you know, less or underrepresented groups able to tap into the opportunities that internet as a whole has to offer in today's changing world of digital world? You know, people suppose children, for example, young children, are they having a trusted source whereby we as parents or guardians are able to enable our children to probably learn, be entertained, etc., for whatever cause they want to use the internet for, in a manner that is not going to threaten our full potential, but rather harness and realize and enable us to be able to realize our full potential, realizing these particular platforms and connections. And in regards to AI, for me, looking at that trend, I feel like we've been living in a world of, you know, artificial intelligence for a very long time, until recently when it became so buzzing. But when you look at too many platforms are very open source in terms of commanding and prompting on what we want to understand, you know. However, the part about AI, it makes work a bit more efficient and a little bit faster. But when you look at different platforms, browsers, tools and platforms that there has been in the past couple of years, there has always been a way how we can prompt conversations and get particular answers. The only difference that I can give in regards to AI is the enabled assistance to make it faster and prompt responses quicker than other ways of how we used to command these kinds of, you know, concerns and maybe questions. Yeah, I can stop there for now, and then we can maybe return back to the risks. Or you want me to go to the risk?
Well, you can stop there a bit. Let me check in the room, in the audience, before people start dozing. Does anyone have a question to the first speakers? Comment? Insight? No? We're good? We're still good, right? Okay. Okay. There's a question. There's a hand, eh?
Yes, yes.
Josh? There's a hand I never saw.
Behind the pillar.
Behind the pillar? Yes. Yeah.
Behind.
Can you just say your name and a question?
I'm Christopher Liberty. I come from the Wikimedia Community User Group, Uganda. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad to hear the discussion, and I would like to put my question over to Ida. Thank you for your submissions, especially about AI and children. What do you think could be the better frameworks to both provide them in a way that they can learn? Because you said it could be a platform that makes life and work more efficient, but I'm seeing for the sake of, from the side of the children, how can they both learn but also be protected? I don't know if that's clear enough. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Any other? Yes, there are now 2 other additional hands there, and then, yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also Christopher.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering, my question goes to the historian and Ida and maybe someone else on the panel. You said AI is not accurate, and in terms of the minorities that may not be represented in terms of AI, we have people that have cognitive disabilities who cannot decipher information to tell that this is right or wrong. What do you think that how should AI be designed to address such a challenge?
All right. I think that's noted. Oh, there's another. It was the third, but okay. Fair enough. It's okay.
Thank you so much. I'm called Ivan George Juwale, and I run an AI automation agency. I'm also a developer.
Okay.
Now, mine is a bit of an addition, then I'll end with a question. So, the last gentleman, you talked of risk of linking personal information. Currently, we're at the age where you can actually host these models on your own PC, in that when you feed them information, that information remains in that area. It doesn't go. Now, the risk of linking information is cut out. My question to you is there a literacy thing or a literacy framework you're doing with your company, or sensitizing the companies you're working with on that? Secondly, who is the historian?
Yes.
Yes. You talked about AI models not being accurate. Now, as a developer, I'm a developer and I speak AI, I sleep AI 24/7. I'm on my PC with AI. Now, one of the things is that the new models, the capabilities are crazy and mad.
Crazy in what sense?
Crazy in the sense that they actually do better work compared to if you start with a developer. And now the models I'm talking about is Kimi 3 was just released in the middle of this month. At the same time, ChatGPT 5.6 was also released. Now, if you use the premium version, you are going to get the best and the best of work. Given the fact that you know what you're doing, you know the basics of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Now, my question for you is, you said you work with an NGO. Are there any AI literacy programs you're doing for the community you're working with? Could we sit down together and work out a way?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's have him. Please stand up so that the cameras can spot you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My name is Louis Lukenge Chiza. Oh, wow, thank you for adding that. Yeah, I'm a philosopher, that's it. But to be specific, I'm a philosopher of technology who specializes in algorithmic auditing and epistemic justice. Now, my question goes to Ida, which I really appreciate. It's close to the work that I'm dealing with, owing to the fact that she has talked of how AI is excluding and including. It is something that needs to be dealt with. Miranda Africa offered us a framework to deal, it's more of a feminist approach to deal with exclusion and inclusion. But now within that framework, I felt it not worthy because it's the one that is informing the feministic ideology that we are having in various countries, the approach for gender inclusion. But now I really have an issue with that. There is that tendency of us trying to include, maybe to deal with a particular section of people, to try to make sure that they are included within our systems that we develop. But unfortunately...
What do you mean, a particular section?
Okay, a particular minority group.
Like? You don't
like
want to mention?
Women.
Okay.
For this case, Uganda.
Yeah.
They have talked of the... Okay, you know minority groups. There are very many, I can't list them, but women, for example.
Okay.
Now, you tend to find that within here, these AI bots, we cannot just include without knowing what actually the AI is all about. So my argument is, wouldn't you think that having the way we audit the systems, okay, wouldn't you advise us to find a framework that would redefine how we audit systems? Because the previous speakers, I understand they came from the technical side. Their reference to auditing is dependent on efficiency, veracity, velocity, and variability. But now when you bring in your aspect, wouldn't you think it would be better if we integrated it with a component that looks for responsibility as well, for us to have our bots not only fair, trustworthy, and also transparent? I may have talked too much and you would have lost the track, but I request that you get the question. Do you think fairness, transparency, and accountability are really enough, neglecting responsibility? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Louise. Okay. You.
Hello, everyone. Before submitting, I love that the questions came in, and I think I'll try and tackle some of the questions that came in no particular order. And how will I start off? I'll start off with the question that Moses asked of what does fairness, to you, what does fairness look like in this space, okay? Now, I'm going to answer this as number one, as a lawyer who for the last 10 years was working in an organization where I was before, Barefoot Law, where it was about legalvation. What is that? Legal innovation, right? And then now I step into a role where now I am directly working with women, marginalized groups, and rural communities, people who don't have the privilege of sitting in this room and having these conversations. Now, for me, fairness, and also to answer to some of the questions that you've asked, is, to me, there should be a merge. There should be a balance between innovation and regulation. Regulation would be very close to my heart because as a lawyer, I believe there has to be fairness. There should be laws and provisions, policies that basically speak to the last person who ideally would suffer if there is no balance between innovation and innovation and regulation. Now, that will come down to also the gaps in institutional capacity. There was a mention of how can we work together, how can we collaborate. It should be possible that the private sector, civil society, government, the professionals, the technical professionals in the AI space, in the tech space, come together to have the difficult conversations on who at the end of the day ends up suffering if this doesn't go right. Why do I speak in this way? There are so many apps that ideally have been brought into Uganda. There are so many apps that are expected to be used by Muna Uganda, okay? Now, so many of you may or may not be accessing loan apps. And maybe you've been able to navigate them. But what about a woman in the rural community who has actually gotten access to this loan because her son sent her a smartphone from Kampala and told her, you know what, mommy, if ever there's a time you need money, you can always go to this app and get money. So she gets into there, somehow through tech and AI, she's able to use it initially. But a lot of information that she's putting in alongside all the women chamas that she has come together and told about this app are now using. And then one day, unfortunately, this information is misused. Does she have an avenue to get help? And yes, let's say yes, the avenue is there. Do these AI platforms or technologies, will they be understood by her and the group of women? Reason being, they're in English, guys. How many of us in the rural settings can actually have conversations with our people who live in these communities? So even when we are talking about the marginalized communities, it's not only the women, it's the rural communities, it is the lady in Chikubo who we are telling her, use this app to get your accounts in order. Use AI, but how is he or she going to use AI when they don't even understand it? And so it comes down to digital literacy in a language that people can be able to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Historian?
The philosopher has talked so long, I forgot my first question. No, but to answer your question, so we actually, as we speak, we are rolling out a course on AI for 800 educators. So we are going to do the next step for instructors and vocational training, but we see this also as like TOTs. So, for example, we set up innovation hubs in Jinja and in Adjumani, and so they are, going to take the knowledge or the expertise they have to the community also. So yes, we can sit down and talk. And I think the first question was about, yes, of course you are right that, like I said in the beginning, we are just at the beginning of the AI revolution, and it's getting better and better all the time, but it's still not 100%. But it's the same when the internet was introduced to us. We need 21st century skills like critical thinking to be able to understand, this is fake news. So whether it was via Google, the search engine, or AI, you have to have the skills, especially these days, because there's a lot of fake news, as you know very well, to identify, this cannot be true, even if ChatGPT or whatever says so. So I think this is going to become, these soft skills are going to become very, very important.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Aida?
Thank you so much. I'll just also start from where you ended, just to not forget philosopher's question. Yeah, I think it was about the fairness and the transparency and accountability, and you wrap this on the feminist approach. So when we look at, minorities, oftentimes people have misinterpretation of what works better for them. But the good news is, I think it was around 2012, the UN made a declaration from, of course, set of other human rights rules, and made sure that digital rights are also considered as human rights. Looking at this conversation, whatever it is, I think from the previous panel, someone mentioned whatever we are doing, at the end of the day, we are interpreting whatever technology is consumed by humans. It's us in control. So regardless of who you are, gender, race, women, men, whatever, I think everyone deserves the right. And when we are building, or when we are interacting, or if we are interpreting whatever technology or whatever platforms and tools that there is, we should consider that we are actual human before anything, regardless of who you are. And when we talk about the feminist part of it, there is a lot of contradictory stories about that, which can take a whole bunch of, conversation and a set of direction. But however, when it comes to accountability, can we account to fairness or responsiveness in terms of what kind of content are we moderating in regards to what we want to do? I think it was the lady from the previous panel who mentioned, like, as a human, if you know something is going to harm you, why do you have to consider it to hurt a man or a woman regardless? So can we be humans as we want to be treated in the physical realm and the, the normal realm, and protect ourselves also in the online ecosystem. Then I don't know if I've answered you very correctly or partly, but yeah, just to look at it as a human right, as a basic. And I think in the introduction of this panel, Moses mentioned about how we can advance fairness and responsiveness. It comes down to you as a human person. Internet governance and internet forums are looking at how best people in today's changing world of work are living our lives. Most of us, we wake up, some of us don't even wear watches anymore. You wake up, the first thing you look at, time on your phone. So meaning you're going to interact with the technology device first before you even look at the tools and the platforms that there is. So you're going to look at your digital clock probably, maybe your side whatever has like where you put your digital clock. Those are all technological devices. And oftentimes when we have such conversations, people look at the technology as only internet, but there are devices, we have tools, we have platforms, there are many other things that enable. Technology is just an enabler to make the way we live in terms of, you know, information and communication, to make the ICT. Quickly to go to what I think from Christopher mentioned something, or before Christopher, there is a gentleman who talked about accuracy. Yeah, how many of us here can tell something from, you can tell, most of us here are chance, you can tell just a picture and you know, this is AI. How did you know that? You can tell, right? So that already shows you we already have a concern of trust. The fact that you can just look at some picture randomly and you be like, this Kasige is AI, this eyelash is AI. Before this, leave alone these curated animations that can really, you know, they sign off and copyright off and say like, designed by AI. But if you took your normal picture and run it through AI, I can tell this is not penny and anomaly. I can tell. But this is people in such rooms. But she already mentioned that people outside these particular rooms who cannot tell the difference. And that is where we have the concern, the inaccuracy for us to look at as basic. As you may see that particular picture of Moses, of Penny, of the historian is not real. That already shows you already have trust issues. What does that mean? It means that we have to take time to probe deeper into design thinking, to use our human-centered capacity to understand what is right before we even probe. I have seen people, or we've had conversations of how people say, no, why do I have to hustle yet I can interpret this in seconds? Most of us have gone to Ugandan schools, right? And we've had schools which are always taken to copy. Bafunebuna, you know those schools? I'm not going to mention, but we had rumors that school copies, they get, you know, bullets for their students. And you may find it's true, they may have the sources. But why doesn't everybody get 4? You know why? Because when these prompts come, they are going to come and will think alike because you already think like that. It is just going to stimulate you, to boost your brain to be better. You know, most of the times you prompt ChatGPT, for example, you already know what you want to talk about, but maybe you're just lazy to start, or you're thinking, how do I start this phrase? But by the time you prompt it, you understand that that is actually what you wanted to talk about. Have you noticed that? So the human capacity and artificial capacity align in a sense of what you already want to know or what you already know, but maybe it enables you to put it in a quicker and a fastest way possible. Then there was something about better frameworks. I think it came from Christopher, especially for children. I'm going to use something very simple. Community-based learning. How does that work? Starts with you as a guardian or a parent. You see how you don't want your children to watch particular, particular shows, particular programs on TV and everything, which still also these particular programs, some are on smart televisions that are being prompted to run for particular ways. It is again back to what the previous panelists talked about, human. You have to have the human enabling capacity to make sure what is right for my child. The same way how you're going to sit with your child to tell them, sit like this when you're having a meal. When you're addressing an elder, can you greet them in this particular manner? For us to look at responsible use in a sense that can we take it in our human nature that technology has a limit. I think Mr. Historian talked about the addictiveness, something about, and also Anton mentioned about how people have lost their capacity in terms of critical thinking, to allow, yourselves to be parents, to allow yourselves to interact with children, you know. I have seen parents who feed their children with cartoon, and we've had the consequences of how people are now, you know, advocating and promoting for less screen time. Why? Because we know at the end of the day, it is a child who has to have human development journey beyond just screen time. You understand? So in that layman's, before even going to the advancement of AI, let's look at the basic screen phones, basic screen time, whereby some of us have nieces, children. The moment someone enters, uncle, auntie, can I have your phone? It starts with the parents to say, no, you don't ask people or adults for their phones. Can I play a game on your phone? It sounds funny until when they will play games they are not supposed to see on your personal phone. And then that is where the infringement comes in and the line is crossed between adult content and what children are supposed to consume, because the phone is not enabled for them. And also, just to wrap up, we have learning gadgets or even entertainment gadgets like tabs, where you can program and understand what you want your child to consume. Again, back to responsiveness. Before responsible use of AI, you as a person or a parent or a guardian or whatever you are, or a teacher, you know, what is your role? It comes down to those particular frameworks beyond community, which takes the parents, guardians, but also because most of the time our children are with the schools, so also the teachers and some people who are young adults, maybe trainers and trainers of particular programs to enable us to be, you know, in sync of what we want them to consume. Thank you. It was a mouthful, but I hope I wrapped it up quickly.
Awesome.
I just want to respond to that gentleman.
Okay.
I can wrap it up like what Ida said. It's all about competence. You're very competent in technology. How many of us are competent in technology in this room? How many can actually differentiate between what ChatGPT can do and cloud? Very few. How many of us actually read the privacy statement when we are signing up? We don't. But because it's your area, you take interest, and actually you can easily know, because technically you can tell that I think this is not a safe site. But someone will just go into Google, look for any AI site, and they start uploading. So at the end of the day, I think it's all about competence. And for me, I would rather we start with literacy before we can go to applying. I know it is usually hard, even with clients. A client will call you and say, I want you to give me a platform that will help my staff to perform better. And you have just like 3 days. So you're not going to go into those details. But still, I hear you. People need to know, to be competent, not just to know how to use the platforms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. Amazing submissions thus far. I don't want to marginalize you, Penny. Yeah, in the sense that you have not given your main submission. But I don't know if this is an easy question for you. The issue to do with the human rights dimension of artificial intelligence, how AI has a bearing on our elections, on democratic freedoms, expression, privacy has been talked about it. I don't know. To be safe, you can try to give us just a broad overview of how things look like.
Okay. First of all, to begin with, I am not going to tell you that tech or AI is bad. Please stay away from it. Please use it, okay? Because we need AI. We can't be left behind. We've had conversations this morning since 9 a.m. where we are saying that AI and technology is a tool that can be used to make life better, all right? But now, what we need to also have conversations on are the consequences or the issues that arise because of the use of AI and technology, right? AI and tech right now feeds on data. It feeds on your data, it feeds on my data. For it to become better, we're actually saying to make AI better, for us to call for accountability, we actually have to use AI and we need to feed it with data. But now the question that comes up is the privacy issues that come up, okay? We've spoken about the data protection and privacy laws, we have the computer misuse laws, all those that came up. But are they keeping up with the new technologies that have come up? Are they keeping up with the great minds that are behind the new technologies and the outcomes that come from those great minds. I'm speaking the hackers. But it comes down to knowledge on privacy. As we are using AI, as we are using tech, are we aware of the data that we are feeding? And what are the consequences? Okay? I'll speak from the front of, the feminist front, where AI and tech has become a bit of a challenge. I'll come to the elections. But AI has become a challenge where some of the political leaders, the women, their pictures are being used in a way that demeans them in society. They're not the ones who took these pictures, but because they were run through AI, they're being used by their male counterparts or even other female counterparts to discredit them in public, okay? Now, unlike what my colleagues were talking about, how if you looked at a picture, do you automatically ask yourself, is this AI generated or is this picture actually real before you share it, okay? We're talking about the human-centric, need for you to actually take 1 minute and think. But no, it's not happening. We're simply sharing. And sharing can be as simple as you even just sending it to me and asking me, Council, is this picture right or not? Now you've asked this question to Penny on a platform, on a group of other people who may not be like Penny, who will not forward, who will tell you, what, this picture is not right, it's AI generated, it's being used to discredit. So because of that, we are seeing that electoral participation by women, electoral participation by other groups, let's say persons with disability, are being infringed on because people are now afraid or scared to use AI and the new emerging technologies. And then when you go down to also transparency, as we are using AI, we deserve to know. We deserve to know when AI is making a decision about us, okay? Let's say when it comes to electoral counting or even information, once you feed information into AI and you ask it or you ask the technology to come up with maybe a criteria for throwing out, certain candidates, okay? Can we question also AI's decision? What criteria was used? Or we just simply leave it to AI? Or because we are seeing that AI and tech is making life easier, you say that, what? It has made the best decision. Why can't we question, why did it make that decision? Okay? And so it comes down to a lot of our way of living and also us ensuring that we have human oversight. I've kept hearing people say that AI is going to come and take jobs and all, but no. Like I mentioned before, under the Legovation programs that I was in, even if we came up with an AI tool to answer people with legal concerns. Okay, someone would reach out and say, what, I have this legal issue, could you be able to answer this? There was need for a human oversight because remember, like I said, AI and tech learn from us, they learn from our way of living. And so it's important that even in all that, we ensure that there's no discrimination in the use. We ensure that even in the usage of AI and technologies, there's that human-centric who suffers the most. Remember what I talked about, the balance between regulation, innovation, and also human need and use. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. A round of applause to my panelists. I want to pass the mic again to the audience for the second and last round of questions, if possible. And Josh, I do not know how much time we still have. So let me hand over the opportunity, the mic to, some speakers. There's a hand here, and then Sula is over there.
Thank you so much for these insightful discussions. My name is Samuel. I work for an organization in Rhino Camp, in the refugee settlement. Okay. My question goes to the historian. in maybe those work for organizations, in your programming, do you integrate maybe such training like for AI, also for refugees, or it's only for the nationals? I don't know how the policies being developed. I don't know if they include also refugees. Yeah. Since Uganda hosts more than 1.5 million refugees, are they going to be part of this, or it's only for nationals?
Good question, thank you. Sula, yes?
Thank you so much. I'm Sula, I work with Digital Woman Uganda, and the program I lead is about digital literacy. And one of the challenges, I'll first agree with Penina. She talked about localization of AI models, and I would like to agree with you. We have a big problem with the AI applications that are coming up. Most of them are being developed to be used by people in the rural areas. Let me give you an example. In agriculture, someone develops an application where a user will take a picture of the crop, and then the AI model will diagnose it, give the results, probably what disease and all that. The challenge is all the feedback is in English. Yes? How is this person going to understand the feedback and react to it effectively? So the other question goes to the gentleman. What model are you using to see that you include the youths that are out of school in your programs as you're developing the edu applications? How are you including the youths that don't understand English, but they need to be included?
Yeah.
Because they are part of the youths, and we want the youths to be skilled and gain the knowledge and participate in the digital space. Thank you.
Thank you, Sula. Any other? Yes, there's a gentleman there. Is that Christopher again? No. Yeah, person.
Thank you. One more last question. So this goes to the historian. So I'm sure you acknowledge that AI has not just started. It was there in the 90s, and back then, though it did not boom as it is right now. So I'm wondering, do you think humankind will be able to adapt in case the AI bubble bursts? So do you think economies will be able to be resilient in case this AI thing is no
The
longer...
philosopher should answer that, because he's a developer. Yeah, please help us answer that. But historian, is this repeating itself here on this platform? You have a lot of questions.
I'm from Belgium, and in the Belgian newspaper today, in one of the Belgian newspaper today, it said, "Is the AI about to burst? The AI bubble, is it about to burst?" Because this is a very big thing, but none of the AI companies have found a business model to generate income. So they are investing billions of dollars in these data centers, and they don't know how to generate income. So they are betting all their money on something that is not yet proven to be sustainable. Yeah? And even more, because we have not talked about this, I'm also getting scared about the potential of AI. Like environmentally, these data centers are consuming billions of liters of water to cool them, yeah? And much more even environmental problems are being generated by these data centers. So they are betting on something that has not yet been proven. But to come to your question, even in previous historical revolutions, I think society has always been resilient. If it is a bubble, it'll burst, yeah, and it'll fail. If it is not, we will adapt. I'm a positive man like Anthony, and I think most of the panelists here. Like human creativity, our emotions, I mean, that cannot be replaced by AI. Yeah? So we are very resilient. Africa is one of the continents that's shown such resilience to many of the revolutions. So I think, again, we are at the beginning and we don't know yet where we are going, but I don't worry too much about even losing jobs. Most of our jobs cannot be replaced, I think, by AI. But again, you were talking about health. If AI can help us to create a vaccine much faster than humans can, well, then I'm all for it, you know. That's a good thing. But if you see that, what was it, OpenAI, the AI system hacked a company by itself. That's frightening, you know. So yeah, so I don't know yet where we are, but I think we have to see the opportunities, but be aware of the risks.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered all the questions.
You can.
Sorry, Ida, before you come
and
in.
then we'll give the philosopher to philosophize.
Sorry, but people, are we looking for we're looking for, I feel like we have the solutions as Bana Uganda and as Africans, but we are looking for these answers in AI and tech, right? Let's come down to the fact that we always find usually when we are faced with something, what do? We come together as Africans and we find solutions. Look at M-Pesa. So, now, for community participation, okay, why don't, Anthony has spoken about that, Ida, even Bert has spoken about the fact that we are actually carrying out awareness programs. We are going out there, we are speaking to people in the rural communities. Why are we involving them at the end? Why don't we involve them from the beginning? Community participation, ask them how they want to be taught, It is not easy teaching people the law in Luganda or Lusoga or even Kiswahili. Someone spoke of the refugee communities. But if you called me and we came into the refugee communities, tunaweza ongea Kiswahili and we make sure that the people actually understand their rights as refugees, okay? When I go down to Busoga, nsobola okwogera AI ni technology. Do you see what I'm trying to say? I am trying to say that everything in English can be translated into our 40+ local languages. All we have to do is be intentional about them. We need to have translated materials. Why aren't we talking about if there is an opportunity for funding for you to go into your communities and you teach people about AI, their rights, in the simplest of ways? Isn't that the first step, right? So let's start from there. Let's stop thinking about, we have an issue of the fact that the people in the rural communities don't understand AI. Teach them. Sensitize them. Raise awareness about AI and their rights. Don't just stand here in this conference and tell us, now that is what I am saying. Let us get our fingers dirty. Right now you'll see me sitting here. I love sitting in these conferences and having these conversations, but I love it better when I'm in the communities. Ask Moses. We have moved around, but we've moved around to make sure people understand some of these things. So it starts with you who are aware, okay? Thank you.
Can I just add something? Okay. I wanted to, yes. So actually we have set up some, like what we call mini hubs, in refugee settlements. So it is indeed a very good idea to also in the communities and in the refugee settlements to give some training on how to use AI and awareness training about the risk. So yes, I will take that with me.
Well, thank you. Just to add on to what Penny was talking about, I don't know if Christopher Libert is still in the room. He said he is from the Wikipedia community. Again, when we get opportunities about research in the African context, it's, I think, high time for us to command what we want to research about. In this regard, when it comes to, for example, there is a call for ABCD to be implemented. Why don't we start by saying, I want to work on localizing and contextualizing models that are going to work for Eastern Uganda, for example, and give your your data and your command. I think we shy away from commanding what we want to do, and oftentimes we follow into the thematic areas of what the funder wants to offer. But if you plead your case and explain why you want to contextualize and localize this kind of content to fit a particular need or a gap, I think this is the time for us to go what Penny is talking about, to create more awareness, to promote. And again, people into areas that can cause, viral influence, like Wikipedia community. This is the time for them to actually enable us and also allow us to command this kind of thing. I'll give an example. I think there was a time about 15 years ago, you see in the media industry, who watches BBC Focus Africa or the whatever, the one for Nigeria? You know the conversation about that. They said that's not their English. Their Google in Nigeria, when you ask Command Alexa, it will speak Pidgin. Because the model and the prompt of how an Alexa to command for you an assistant to give you direction was an envisioned kind of maybe white, maybe black American woman who has a particular accent. Nigerians don't speak that accent. They commanded. You've seen the BBC Focus of Africa, the Nigeria. There is even one for the West African channel that commands and they speak Pidgin Nigeria. Why? Because it is upon you as the user to command what will work better for you. Again, what Penny is talking about, to enable us consume and also be in better position to utilize this kind of information. So again, I think in the beginning, Moses talked about the part of localization and contextualization. For us to enable ourselves to consume and be in better position to make better informed decisions in today's changing digital world, it is better for us to have interpretation of what these particular frameworks, this language can be in all these SC rooms and everything. But deep down, not even deep down, just a few meters to just go into Chikubu. It's a different conversation. That there was a conference in Serena. How many people are talking about the digital trade or the e-commerce, the business and human rights? Yet we have Kampala, CBC, the central district here, is within us, and I don't think in the participation room or the participants, we even had representation from maybe local council. I think there was a panel session or somewhere with the parliamentarians. Did they have that local representation of just a mere LC, or those Chikubo guys who command trade down here? And someone talked about the work in the digital money ecosystem. There is a lot of fraud, which is being programmed because of AI. We have so much of deep fakes. I think Penny talked about it with the women in leadership. And we had a recent, you saw the Miriam Atembe conversation and how there was a lot of miscommunication and misinformation that was being enabled by some deep fakes when there was, I think it's not even a month old. So these are the things that we need to talk about, because they are lived realities of how the future challenges and the risks we have today, but how best can we contextualize and make sure we demand our position, even in the media ecosystem, before we go into technology as an enabler. Lastly, because I don't think I'll get time to say, oftentimes when you have this conversation, people always say, oh, technology. But for me, I always tell people, technology is just an enabler. The whole thing is ICT, and the I is the information and the communication. Can we put more emphasis on the information? How is it disseminated? How is it consumed? What are the decisions that are better enabled and better, taken in? And we look at technology in terms of devices, the tools and platforms to make sure it is, driven to where it's supposed to go to the end user and the beneficiaries. Thank you.
How awesome. You want to...
Okay, I wanted to react, then we can give the professor.
Okay.
The philosopher. So, you asked about our model. Once again, Top Up Academy is a social impact firm. We are not just looking at profits. So what we usually do, the user is usually at the center of whatever we do. So for most of the out-of-school youth, all the interventions that we've worked with, one, they don't know English. Some of them don't know how to read. So the model that we have always used is using IVR, interactive voice responses, in the local language. So we co-create the content with the youth in their language. Then we come back, we record that content. Of course, it is curated. It's not, you don't get it the way it is. We curate it, then we record it. Then what we do, because some of them don't even know how to dial the numbers that you'll give them. They are very illiterate. So you agree with, if it's like an NGO, we deal mostly with NGO because it is quite expensive. Then you agree with your users that at this time you receive a call, and when you receive a call, you hear this and this. So they get to learn using those interactive responses. Then some of them who maybe know how to dial, you give them a number that they dial and they can actually register themselves. So the model is not the same. And maybe let me also finish, Moses.
Okay.
I don't think we shall force people to adapt to AI. We need to take baby steps where it is possible, because you can't be lacking internet, you're lacking connectivity, you're lacking power, then you're like, I want to also enjoy AI. It may not be that easy. It is possible, but it may not be that easy. So there is that disparity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Josh, how are we doing on time? Eh? Badly. Okay. Let the professor say something and.
That's correct. I'm not a professor. I'm a philosopher. So I think I'm speaking because of his question. Simply that. Let us first of all understand that technology is a broad spectrum. For us, the reason as to why we're having these discussions is because Uganda is adopting a framework of AI and of which the population is not yet ready for. For us, in Uganda, we are still in the information age. There are stages of technology. The first one is simply the age of understanding. The next phase is the information age. From the information age, we then proceed to the data age, which our brothers in the Asian world are. From the data age, we then proceed to the big data age, which we are seeing in Europe, but not in USA. USA is coming in at the AI age. So now this is where conversations of re-explanation of reality is coming in, where the quantum age is coming.
Thank you very much.
Now, let me conclude with that.
Okay.
So it's going to burst in conclusion, but we should not worry, because humanity already has frameworks for it, only that we have not really explored them.
Thank you very much. Josh?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Can you give us like 2 minutes for at least to them to close? Two.
Two
One,
sentences.
Two. Yeah.
2 sentences.
Yeah, Penny, your parting shot.
I prefer to speak because I want to. Yeah, so my parting shot is this. The only way we can feel that we have been successful is not going to be in us having complex AI systems and bragging of that. We are going to say that we are successful in this AI and technology front where there's opportunity for everyone. Everyone's rights are upheld even in the use of this opportunity. And even the simplest person or Ugandan is able to use tech. Thank you.
Thank you. But 30 seconds.
I just want to respond to him. Africa can still skip some stages, and I think AI is a huge opportunity to really leapfrog. So grab that opportunity.
Thank you. How awesome. Haida?
Well, thank you. In the world that is changing technologically with innovations today, there is urgent need for us to be digitally competent and also digitally literate in a sense that enables us as Ugandans first in a way that we can contextualize and localize that kind of content.
Awesome. Anthony?
As a country, what do we want AI to do for us? I'm looking forward to the strategy of AI for Uganda.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to my panelists. Thank you so much for being a very active audience. On behalf of the team, my name is Moses, and I'm the founder at the Center for Multilateral Affairs. I also work with BAT at the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for that wonderful highlight. My take as the next panelist comes on, sorry, it's a lightning talk. I'll invite someone called Jovia Kusima. As she comes, my take on AI is invest in AI. The historian talked about something and reminded me of the Norwegian fund. The Norwegians have decided, instead of fighting the Americans, they invest in the very companies that the Americans own. So one of the biggest shareholders of all the big companies, Microsoft, Facebook, and all the like, among there is someone called the Norwegian Fund. So instead of fighting the Americans, it might be wiser to just join them with your money, put the money in their companies. They make money, you make money. You set the rules also. And actually, that's how Norwegians are managing. So sometimes it's better to join them than to try to fight them. To the next person, the lightning talk. We are going to have two things. A lightning talk, and then we'll end with, there are some youth here. We had them yesterday. The winners of our hackathon, the Youth IGF. I would like for them to present to you their beautiful prototype on internet governance. Otherwise, is Jovia? Please come, please come. Kusima. Yeah?
Protocol observed, good afternoon. It is a great honor to have you today as we reflect on the, pardon? Here. Protocol observed once again, good afternoon to you all. It is a great honor to stand in front of you and also to be part of this wonderful session. And as today's theme says, shaping Uganda's digital future, building an inclusive, trustworthy, and sustainable internet. My name is Jovia Kusima, and I'm my digital rights champion under Restless Development Uganda. And I also represent the young people at the EU Youth Sounding Board Uganda. I'm glad to be here, and also I'm here to amplify the youth voice in order for the inclusivity that we are looking at today, and also the trustworthy, at the same time, the sustainable change that we really want to see in the technology or the digital world of Uganda. So, as we all know, that Uganda is one of the youngest countries in the world, with nearly 70% of the young people being below 30 years of age. And this is a strategic opportunity for all of us as Uganda, that we need to not only drive innovation, but also call upon the young people to be at the table. Because young people, if we are not at the table and we are not being among the decision makers, then there is nothing for the young people without us. Therefore, I call upon the government to include the young people at the table so that we can also know what exactly are they discussing for the young people. Is it really inclusive? Is it really sustainable for us? Because we are the next leaders in the Uganda world, which of course will be the digital world. And therefore, to my fellow young people, our digital future cannot be shaped without us. Speak up, stay informed, protect your digital rights, and also your peace using the technology today. Be responsible enough to use internet correctly whenever you can. And also, the digital future should not simply be able to be working for only young people, but also the young people need to use it wisely. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for even using less time. Thank you a lot. So now we're going to have some young men come here. They'll introduce themselves. Yesterday, as I said, we had a hackathon going on. So today we said, why not share with you guys what the outcome of that hackathon. So what they are going to do is simply present their concept, their prototype, and they will take you through what it can do. Here you go, Jonathan.
Currently, most of our lives is run online. We make transactions with mobile money. We have digital lessons online. Let me just say all our lives, morning to evening, we are online. Protocol observed, Amopakreth Jonathan. That is Amulala David, Businje Daniel, and Mubiru Elton Felix. And together we are the netizens. We are here to present to you one of the projects we have been working on for some time, and it's called DIRI. Currently operating in only Uganda, but looking at wider expansions. So what is DIRI? DIRI is a digital learning platform and an information platform that is meant to operate in Uganda. And when I say Uganda, I mean all regions of the country. But you might be asking yourselves right now, how do we plan on reaching the north, the west, the east, West Nile in particular? Well, all I can tell you for now is that just sit back and relax and watch the solution take shape in the country. So our challenge is internet governance shapes how the internet is accessed, regulated, and this is of course covering also the AI policy, data protection, cybersecurity law, and digital rights. Yet most Ugandan youths, including the digitally active students and young professionals, have little or no awareness of these policies or how to engage with them. So our solution is DIRI. Could we have a look at how DIRI looks like, please? Yes, this is our website. So for those with smartphones are able to access this platform online from diriuganda.online, and you'll be able to log in and access our lessons, updates, a weekly quiz, leaderboard, and our AI chatbot here. So first and foremost, let's look at the Learn section. So on the Learn section, we have a number of courses that anyone can take anytime. These courses don't even take 1 minute. They are very short courses, and we used flashcards. So someone who would not want to come into a platform to start reading PDFs could just come into this platform. Could you start one of the lessons? Yes, that's one of our lessons. So we have flashcards. Then there are those youth that are too serious and might want a focused mode. Could you scroll down? Yes, we have a focus mode. Once you press the focus mode, you will only be seeing the flashcards, and you'll be able to scroll to the next or previous. For those who might not want to read, we also have a video option. Yes, you can watch a video on any topic that you want. That was just a sample video. So in case you don't want to watch a video, you could use the flashcards. But how about those who do not want to use the website? What do we have in place for them? So if you do not want to use the website and maybe you want to do this on your WhatsApp, we also have DIRI integrated on WhatsApp, chat on WhatsApp. Yes, then it opens your WhatsApp. So you can see there, learn a topic, take a quiz, ask Mr. DIRI, latest updates, change language. One interesting thing about this is that we know very many people are on WhatsApp, but very few people like to access websites, especially in the rural areas. So what do we have in place for that person? Maybe even on WhatsApp, he chats in Acholi, not in English. How is he able to take a quiz here? When you change language, you can go to Acholi there. For my people in the north, this is something great for you. Yes. Yeah, so you could decide whatever language you want to use. You can see everything changes to Acholi there. Lebo loko ya Acholi, Mr. Diri, bidu wako bot, ileba Acholi. So you can choose whatever option you want there, and this is for the people in the north. How about the people in the west? We have Runyankore there. People in the east, we are looking at putting it so there. So that is what our bot can do. That's for WhatsApp. Could you go back to the website now? So there is also that one person out there who does not have a smartphone. What plans do we have for that person? We have a USSD simulator here. Maybe you could show them how it works. So that's our button phone there. So if you dial *456, this is not yet functional because it takes time to verify this, but for us right now, we can use it as the dairy administrators. Could you press call? When you dial *456, then you choose your language. Let me choose English for this time. Yes. So that's in English. So know your rights, report a violation, find legal aid, ask a question, check report status, quick lessons. Maybe let's do a quick lesson. 6. Maybe someone in the village wants to know something about digital rights. He's hearing the campaigns everywhere, but he doesn't know where to find his content. He doesn't have a smartphone. And he read maybe on a poster in the village trees that dial *456 and you'll know about these things. So you can see there report scams, share privacy, share safety, protect your privacy. Maybe you want to know how to protect your privacy. Press 1. Yes, you can say use strong, unique password, keep codes private. Maybe the person is used to sharing his WhatsApp mobile money pin to someone to go and withdraw for him money. But after reading this, he will be able to know that that was wrong. But of course, there are different languages, even on the USSD, so he can decide to do it in whatever language he wants. So there are also other people out there who want to be knowing what's happening in the country concerning digital rights and these policies. We have an update section. Could you go to the update section? On the update section, the news that is there is made by the DIRI team. So we ensure that there is no fake news on this platform. The news is got from direct sources and put into this website. Could you scroll down? Yes, so that's some of the news that those are articles by the DIRI team, verified articles, so you will not land into fake news. So already we are solving another huge problem out there of people getting fake news updates. So that's our update section. We also have Mr. Diri. Could you go to Mr. Diri? Mr. Diri is our bot. You could talk to it. Maybe there's something interesting about this one also. Maybe try saying hi. So we all know that AI could also make errors, but people integrate these chatbots into their platforms without knowing that AI actually makes errors. So as the DIRI team, what are we doing to solve this? I think our bot is tired. We have been asking it since morning. So what are we doing as the DIRI team to, yes, okay, it has responded. You can see after saying hi, it's telling you what it can do. Scroll down. But as a practitioner of this field, you might be using our bot and you realize that one of the answers is not actually right, and you don't want other people to land onto that very wrong answer. What do? You press report this answer, then you tell us what is wrong with the answer. Maybe you can say nothing, because we are sure this one, there's nothing wrong with it right now. And that report will be sent back to that bot and will help us to train the bot to answer that question properly for the next user that might ask that similar question or that same question. So that is one of the features we found very useful, that anyone out there, let me say any developer out there, could also pick up this kind of bot integration. But there are people out there, let me talk about the PWDs, who might want to use this platform. We have an accessibility tool. It's on the side. Could you push it so that everyone can see it? We have an accessibility tool. Yes, so in case maybe the letters are too small for you, you could adjust them. and they become bigger, so people with poor eyesight could partake this feature. Then we have a high contrast mode. When you click it, the contrast changes automatically. We have also the screen reader. When you use our screen reader, it will read for you whatever is on the screen. So even the PWDs are catered for in this platform. We are looking at DIRI reaching bigger stages and covering wider areas of the country, not just stopping with the people who have smartphones or the people who are ever visiting websites. So everyone is catered for in this platform. But now you might be asking yourself, how do we intend to make money out of this platform? Our news is well edited by the DIRI team, so that will make it easy for us to give out our news APIs to big news platforms that might want to use this verified news. For example, could you go back and check for one of the tech news platforms that uses our API keys? It's called Tech Journal, for those of you who know it. Yes, Tech Journal. Scroll down. This is a tech news platform. You can see the news there is the same as what was on DIRI. Scroll down. They have the same news like ours, because such platforms could pay for our API keys so that they can use our news. So the part of the tech news is covered for them, since we have our own editorial team. That is one of the ways you could make money out of this platform. You could also partner with big organizations and platforms, companies that would want to make such news and such awareness in certain areas. And since they are sure that DIRI has the capabilities of doing that, they could reach out to us for paid campaigns, and we could carry out such campaigns for them in areas where maybe they haven't reached and they think digital rights awareness is lacking. That is one of the ways we could also make money out of this. And we could also make money out of grants and partnerships. Maybe there are practitioners out there who want to create awareness of these. They could give us grants to keep DIRI running and moving. So all I can say is that DIRI is highly sustainable, since we see we have a clear business model and we are not just gambling with this. So how shall we reach the people? There are companies out there. One of them is Water Creators. Water Creators was developed by Ugandan also, one of the former students of Mbarara University. They do paid ads for companies. So DIRI could also run a campaign on Water Creators, so TikTokers could make videos talking about what DIRI is to create awareness of what we do, such that organizations, companies, and practitioners could reach out to us to boost this kind of initiative. We could also do TikTok videos. We have a DIRI TikTok account where we intend to be posting videos, engaging videos, not just any video, engaging videos that the youth could come across on their FYPs, and they get interested in this. They will want to know what is DIRI. They will end up visiting our website. We also intend on doing community outreach. Imagine we get a day and we say, today we are moving in Mutungo, today we are moving in Bina. We want people to know what DIRI is. Then we could also do school visits. There is a student out there who might lack a phone. So during holidays, when his friends have a chance to visit our DIRI platform, and for him, he has no chance to do that, how will he get to know about this? That time when he's at school is the time when DIRI people will come to their school for a school outreach to create awareness of this digital rights, and he will get a chance of getting to know what this is. He will go home and he will now be wanting to know more because he heard about it from school. That is how we intend on making everyone out there know what DIRI is. So that is all we had for you. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Please give them another hand. These are our winners of the yesterday's hackathon. They had a prize of 1 million shillings. The second runner-ups had 600 and the third had 400. So congratulations to you guys. I don't know if there's anyone with a question for them. Otherwise, right now, this was our last presentation. We're just going to move into closure. Any other question? Or something you didn't understand? So in summary, the features. You had one, there are some lessons for people to learn, internet governance. There was a chat bot, actually 2 of them, through WhatsApp with the various language support. Then there was another AI chat bot where you could easily ask questions. Then there was those for the feature phones, those who want to use SSD kind of arrangement to also access the same information. Anything else I'd missed? Really, that is it, yeah. Thank you. So thank you guys for the nice presentation. Now, next on the program, during Monday to Tuesday, we did have a School of Internet Governance. I don't know if we have any people who attended who are right here. We have your certificates right here, ready to be issued to you. I don't know if we have anyone who was at the Monday event. Okay, so I think we are moving into closure. I think we had the open mic session. Otherwise, I could as well say we are closed. Huh? Oh, he's right here. He's right here. We had quite a number of people the other side. I saw some earlier in the morning. So those are the certificates for those who are in the school. The school on Monday. Why not?
Certification process. Present you're giving. I'm the one reading. Okay. I need to tell. Okay, so give me. Okay, then you. Okay. You need to walk in. So good evening, dear participants. As we conclude, we have the Uganda School of Internet Governance. I think what President forgot to mention that this year we had the highest number of applicants. We had over 200 people applying to be part of the school. And out of the 200, we selected 50 people. And out of 50 people, 40 completed the course. So allow us to recognize the participants who are successful in completing this course. And we are hoping that this is a process we can carry on next year. But also we should be able to offer courses in between now and next year. Please look out for those calls and also maybe point you to where you can get further in-depth on internet governance. This year our focus was, we had a master class on AI and a session on data governance. And I think we can say now we have AI experts in the room. So allow me, I'll read out. This is to Nicholas Mutegeki. Boniface Udu. Please, if I butcher your name, I'm sorry. Boniface Eudu. Yes. Congratulations. Namutaika Robert. Emmanuel Oruku. Emmanuel is a recurring scholar on internet governance. We may say he's a moving encyclopedia right now on internet governance. So please, everyone, when you see this man, always ask him things to do with internet. He has all the responses and the answers. Regan Damulila, congratulations. Abhishag Wabwire, congratulations. I hope I didn't butcher the first name. Miss Flores Amuge, congratulations. David Nima, congratulations. So I think those are the fellows we had in the room. Those who are not here, their certificates will be given to them from, I think, the Secretariat. I hand over to you. Okay. Okay, let me first, since I have the mic, we would like to thank our partners who would, without them, would not have made it this far. Our partners from the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, the Innovation Hub Nakawa, our partners, our main funders, the Internet Society Foundation, our partners at CIPESA, RENU, Flourish Hub, KED, DPI, Restless Development, Streetwise, okay, not Streetwise, Those people may start thinking about KFC. Streetways, and other partners in case, I don't know, Mirima Security, all the partners, we thank you so much for the support. Without our partners, would not have been able to make it. And of course, not forgetting the Parliament of Uganda, which has been able to hold a joint session with us on with the parliamentary IGF. Before I hand over to the President, everyone knows me as the convener of this 1 week, many days forum, but I'm also the co-founder of the Internet chapter. I served my terms twice, and unlike some of us, we hand over power. So I hand, unlike some, okay, I take that back. I handed over power to the presidents that came after me, and Joshua is our president. And behind him, behind the chapter, is an army of supporters, and these are our officials, Ruth Nalunkuma, who you've interacted with, Joy, Amanda, we have our finance guy, Mr. Ramadan Atu is there. Anything to do with money. So everything you see, the things that have been nice, were on me. Those that were not, like any shortfalls, the finance guy, because we need to disassociate ourselves from some things. Brenda, Namata, Nebat, who else am I forgetting from the team? Our VP, Brian Kasozi, who coordinated the hackathon. I think he interacted a lot with our young people. We also have our outgoing, our past officers, Jesse Kalenge, all our volunteers. We appreciate you. We, as the Internet Society, I think the President will conclude, but as the Internet Society, we work with volunteers. We encourage you to join the chapter so that we can have more of such events on awareness and building our nation by creating more awareness and engagements on internet in general. So with that, thank you so much for honoring our invitation to be part of this event. Please do not leave the conversations in this room. Interact, go back to the videos, play them through. If you work with an organization and individual, you can come up with panels. Tomorrow is the deadline for submitting session proposals to the Global IGF and the Africa Internet Governance Forum. We'll be soon issuing out the calls for East Africa IGF. Please put in proposals, have your voices heard, so that people out there know Uganda. We have nice things, not just Ebola. So please put in your applications, take the conversation, and hopefully we shall meet you in Bujumbura, hopefully, in Accra, and also in Nairobi for the Global IGF. So thank you so much. I will hand over to the President.
Thank you, Lillian. I want to bring this to a close. I think in these 2 weeks, so I think the winner of most of this is a guy called Nicholas Mutegeke, the first guy who got a certificate. Last week we had a training on IPv6 with certification, which costs $100. So we had a funder who was able to come through, Afrinic, and pay for all those certifications. So he has a certificate of IPv6 from last week and another one on School of Internet Governance this week. So Kongs, my guy. Other than that, guys, please continue to reach out. We are, as she said, we are open to partner with you, to work with you. When you have your events, when you have your arrangements, please reach out. Otherwise, thank you. I believe there is tea behind there. Enjoy. I declare this closed. You may leave at leisure, guys.